Chapter 901. Just as Jiang Mengyao finished speaking, the emperor's cold voice rang out, "What are you all standing around for? Lock concubine Shu up immediately. Kill anyone who tries to stop her." Jiang Mengyao's body trembled when she heard the words "kill anyone," and she stared at the emperor in disbelief. Suddenly, she smiled. Her smile was filled with sorrow. "I finally believe this saying, the most heartless people are the emperor's family. You would even kill your own daughter. How cruel and merciless of you. Could it be that the empress is your only woman? My mother has accompanied you for so many years and guarded your harem for you. How could you treat her like this?" The emperor was expressionless and his expression was cold. Jiang Mengyao's words could no longer shake his heart. Those who hurt the emperor must be killed without mercy. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly attacked the emperor who was standing in the middle of the crowd. "Your Majesty, watch out." Xian Tian felt the aura behind him and his expression changed. He quickly moved in front of the emperor and faced the attack. Boom! A loud sound rang out as a powerful force exploded from his body, instantly destroying the trees around him and turning them into ruins. A middle-aged man slowly walked down from the void. This man was dressed in navy blue robes and his expression was cold. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared down at the emperor who was standing below. "Dog Emperor, I've come to take your life today." The emperor's face showed no fear as he asked coldly, "Who are you and why do you have such a deep grudge against me?" The man did not answer him. Instead, he laughed icily, "Where's that slut, the empress? Get her out here too." "Oh, I forgot, your empress has long been in a deep sleep. She won't be able to wake up. I also know that you've been working hard for the empress and you've invited countless doctors. However, the empress's illness can't be cured, haha. No one who has been poisoned by my venom will ever wake up." He paused for a moment before he continued, "The reason why I didn't kill her earlier was because I wanted to see you in so much pain. How about it? You've been having a hard time lately, haven't you? Next, I'll make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead." Bang! The man waved his hand, and a wave of energy struck Jingde Palace. In an instant, the entire palace was reduced to ruins. On top of the pile of rubble, there was a safe and sound bed. On the bed, the girl's evil black eyes were staring at him with a faint smile. Beside the young girl, the empress had a gentle smile on her face. Her clothes were clean and tidy, unaffected by the power just now. The man's face changed completely, and his voice was sharp. "Impossible, this is impossible. You won't have the chance to wake up again." Apart from Xian Tian, who already knew the truth, everyone else was dumbfounded, let alone this man. Yi Jingshuan's expression was the ugliest. His tiny eyes were widened and his mouth was agape. Yun Luofeng really cured the empress? How could she have such strength? Impossible. I understand. At the same time, Jiang Mengyao's voice suddenly rang out. She clenched her fists, her entire body trembling. "Yun Luofeng, so the person that father invited to treat the empress that day was you. I didn't think of it at first. No wonder Imperial Father gave you special privileges. You probably cured the empress on that day?" Chapter 902. What? Yi Jingxian was stunned. The emperor had already asked Yun Luofeng to treat the empress? And he even cured the empress? Then why did he agree to his request? No matter how stupid Yi Jingxian was, he understood everything at this time. It turned out that these people had already seen through his and honored consort Shu's plot. Their goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. The funny thing was that he actually thought that everything was under his control. "It's too late for you to know." Jian Shengwen strode out of the ruins and glanced coldly at the people present. His words indirectly proved Jiang Mengyao's conclusion. The man in the navy gown was stunned for a while. Then, his wild laughter resounded through the entire palace. "So what if the empress has been cured? Today, you bastards must die. Only when you die can my beloved Tong rest in peace." Tong The empress's eyes were cold. The Tong you're talking about is Imperial Consort Tong? That's right. The man said coldly. If it weren't for you, Tong wouldn't have died. You must all be buried with her. In an instant, the man's aura surged. Anger surged in his heart and turned into endless power to attack the Empress, protect the Empress. The Emperor was scared out of his wits. After saying that, he rushed toward the Empress without a care for his life. However, he was still a step too slow. Before he could reach the Empress, the man's attack had already landed. However, the attack was about to land on the Empress, but it was as if it had hit an extremely thick wall. He bounced back a few steps, and his eyes were filled with shock. A barrier? You know how to set up arrays? Yun Luofeng sat lazily with her right leg crossed on the bed. She leaned against the back of the bed and glanced at the man lazily. Did you think that I stayed in the Empress's room for so long just to chat with the Empress? Yun Luofeng had been preparing from the beginning. She didn't stop for a moment. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have just left this bed when he attacked Jingde Palace, because it was very safe around this bed. Stupid girl, I've really underestimated you. The man gritted his teeth in hatred. However, what kind of ability do you have to hide in this formation? Come out and fight me if you can. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up devilishly. Come in if you have the ability. Come out. Come in. The ministers were dumbfounded when they saw the two houses arguing endlessly. But compared to the demonic and lazy Yun Luofeng, the man who had been angered to the point of stomping his feet had already lost in terms of momentum. Damned girl, I only wanted to kill the dog emperor and the bitch empress, but you just had to be a busybody. Since that's the case, don't blame me for killing you as well. The man's eyes darkened as he said coldly. At this moment, Yun Luofeng seemed to sense something. She glanced at the azure sky, and the smile on her lips deepened. Your opponent is not me, but the person behind you. What? The man was startled. When he turned around, a cold and powerful aura rushed towards him, startling him into taking 2 steps back. Shortly after, under the gazes of the crowd, a cold figure in black descended from the sky. He was like a god that had stepped through the void, noble and inviolable. After seeing the man's handsome face, Yi Jingxian was dumbfounded. Yun Shao. You piece of trash, what are you doing here? Until now, Yi Jingxian still hadn't figured out the situation. Chapter 903. Yun Shao didn't answer him. She couldn't even bear to look at him. In his cold eyes, there was only Yun Luofeng's shadow. Looking at the entire world, only she was worthy of his attention. Who are you? The man in the navy blue robe asked solemnly. He didn't know why, but the cold man in front of him gave him a sense of danger. It felt like a hand stretched out from hell, trying to pull him into the bottomless abyss. Do you want to kill her? Yun Zhao's deep eyes turned to the man and slowly raised her hand. Anyone who wants to hurt her deserves to die. Even if the man only had this thought and hadn't taken action, Yun Shao couldn't tolerate anyone wanting to hurt Yun Luofeng's life. Even if it was just a thought, it wouldn't do. Yi Jingxian originally wanted to mock him. Who did this trash think he was? How dare he be so arrogant? What ability did he use to kill people? But before he could make a sound, he was scared silly by the next scene. A powerful force broke through the ground and attacked in an instant. A cold and gloomy aura filled the entire palace. At the same time, the man seemed to be pierced by something. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. Without any warning, he half knelt on the ground, his face pale. Holy Spirit? His eyes gradually showed horror. Holy Spirit, you're actually a Holy Spirit. The man's sharp voice exploded in the harem. Yi Jingxian, who saw Yun Zhao's attack, was already scared silly. Now that he heard this, he decisively fainted. Compared to the others, the man in the navy blue robe was even more afraid. Since he was a high-level venerable spiritualist, who else could have defeated him with a single move but a saint spirit? Jiang Menyao's eyes showed a complicated look. She had always thought that she was the best young person in Tianyun country. But there was Yun Luofeng who could cure the empress, and now, Yun Zhao's strength was so powerful, these two people had completely crushed her self-esteem and made her go crazy with jealousy. Hee, the man laughed icily and propped himself up from the ground. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "Dog Emperor, I really didn't think that you would be able to find someone like this to save you. Heaven is really blind. You bastards have done all kinds of bad things, and everyone has the right to punish you. One day, someone will do justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of you." The emperor's face darkened. Concubine Tong deserves to die for plotting against the empress. I'm not wrong to protect the empress. If Tong really wanted to murder the empress, then it also proves that she deserves to die. The man had already fallen into a state of madness. His eyes were bloodshot. She took away Tong Er's position and the glory that belonged to Tong Er. She deserves to die. And you, Dog Emperor. The man turned to the emperor and gritted his teeth. Tong is such a beautiful woman that you didn't want to spoil a beautiful woman like Tong. As the emperor, you should have concubines in the harem. Why are you treating a child like this? If you hadn't been so heartless, Tong Er wouldn't have died. Looking at the crazed man, the emperor sighed, "This matter, I am indeed at fault." Chapter 904. Your Imperial Majesty. When the officials heard this, they hurriedly knelt down in shock. "Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider. We have made up our mind. You don't have to say anything more." The emperor waved his hand, his expression solemn and cold. Hee. The man laughed mockingly. "If I had known this would happen, I would have stopped Tong Er from entering the palace. She loved the wrong person and ruined her life. Dog Emperor, do you think that I've failed just because the empress has awakened? No. You're wrong. All these years, I've been making you wear a green hat, ha ha ha." The emperor was stunned. "What did you say?" "Concubine Shu and I have been together for a long time. Otherwise, why do you think she would help me? Furthermore, every time you took Concubine Shu's card, I had just made love with her. You, on the other hand, used a woman that I had used. That doesn't feel good, does it?" The man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he spoke sarcastically. Concubine Shu was stunned. She never thought that this man would say this on the spot, and her eyes filled with fear. Imperial Mother. Jiang Mengyao's body trembled. Is he speaking the truth? Concubine Shu turned her head and avoided Jiang Mengyao's gaze. When Jiang Mengyao saw this scene, she staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. She never imagined that her most respected imperial mother would do such a thing. "Have you said enough?" The emperor stared coldly at the man. "Concubine Shu is of no importance to us. So, apart from making us feel disgusted, there's nothing else." As soon as he spoke, the emperor's expression turned cold. "Guards, take this man down. Do you think you can stop me with just these guards?" The man narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at Yun Shao. "Young man, as the saying goes, leave a way out in case we meet again in the future. This matter has nothing to do with you, and I apologize for my rudeness towards Miss Yun. If you let me go this time, I will repay you in the future." Yun Shao stared at him coldly. Her paralyzed face was cold and indifferent, and she did not say a word. "Lord Lin." Concubine Shu suddenly reacted and quickly ran in front of the man, hugging his leg tightly. "Take me with you, don't leave me here. These people will definitely kill me. Get lost." The man's face darkened as he shouted. "You can't be so cruel. Even if you don't think about me, you have to think about Mengyao. Do you want your own daughter to die here?" The man was so angry that he almost slapped honored consort Shu's skull. He trembled all over and roared, "Do you know what you just said?" As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. No matter how ruthless he was, he didn't want to hurt his own child. This was also the reason why he didn't reveal Jiang Menyao's identity. Who knew that this stupid woman, Empress Shu, would directly reveal this matter? How could the emperor allow her to live? Empress Shu didn't know that she had made a mistake. She firmly hugged the man's thigh. Now, this was her last life-saving straw. "Please take us mother and daughter away from here." Scram. The man kicked honored concubine Shu's body to the ground. He hurriedly tried to explain, I have nothing to do with Jiang Mengyao, she is not my daughter. His tone made Empress Shu suddenly come back to her senses. Her eyes were filled with fear as she carefully turned to look at Jiang Mengyao. Mengyao, she called out softly, her expression anxious. Chapter 905. You're lying, aren't you? Jiang Mengyao retreated, her face pale. I'm my father's daughter. Imperial mother, hurry and tell me that what you just said was false. The emperor's cold eyes swept across these people, his face expressionless. Whether it's true or false, blood testing is enough to prove everything. This inhumane voice caused the man's body to tremble, and he finally fell to the ground. He kicked Empress Shu's body hatefully and gritted his teeth. You evil woman, will you only be satisfied when you kill Mengyao? Empress Shu allowed the man to beat her, her head lowered, not daring to look at Jiang Mengyao. At this moment, the man's actions had proven everything, and also destroyed the last glimmer of hope in Jiang Menyao's heart. Previously, she had looked down on everyone, and even looked down on Yun Luofeng. One was her arrogant talent. The second was her identity as a royal princess. Now, her talent had been surpassed by someone else, and even this noble identity was fake, no. Jiang Mengyao couldn't take this blow, and screamed mournfully. Tears flowed from her eyes as she looked at her own parents in despair. Why did you do this to me? Especially you, why didn't you follow the ways of a woman? Why did you give birth to a bastard like me? Mengyao, Empress Shu raised her head, her eyes filled with guilt. You don't deserve to call my name. Jiang Mengyao shouted angrily. I hate you, I want to kill you. All the dignity, glory, splendor, wealth and rank disappeared in an instant. In the face of such a change, the fact that she didn't go crazy was already beyond a normal person's endurance. The man had already calmed down, and he looked coldly at Empress Shu. Clean up the mess you made yourself, I'll take my leave first. He snorted and turned to leave, but at this moment, that cold aura attacked him from behind again. Caught off guard, the man flew backwards, and fell on his face like a dog eating mud. He spat out the mud in his mouth, turned to look at Yun Shao, and said angrily, You clearly promised to let me go, why didn't you keep your word? I promised to let you go? Yun Zhao's eyes were filled with doubt. When I asked you to let me go, didn't you tacitly agree? The man asked through gritted teeth. Yun Shao was suddenly enlightened and his deep voice was as cold as ever. I'm not answering you because your question is too stupid and it's not worth me answering. The man's heart trembled and despair appeared on his face. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. Yun Shao, cripple his strength and hand him over to the royal family. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched her body and stood up from the bed. She casually waved a few strands of spiritual energy towards the array formation and the array formation was removed. Then, her gaze shifted to Yi Jingxian, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. The corners of her lips curled into a sinister smile, Emperor. The Empress hurriedly walked to the Emperor's side with a smile on her face. This time, it's really thanks to little Luofeng and young Master Yun Shao. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would be in danger. The imperial family's #1 expert had not been in the imperial city recently, and if Yun Shao had not come, the two of them would definitely have died in this man's hands. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yun Luofeng's array, she wouldn't have been able to escape just now. At this moment, Yun Luofeng had already walked to Yi Jingxuan's side. She raised her leg and kicked his body, smiling evilly. How much longer are you going to pretend to be asleep? Yi Jingxian opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his forehead. This. What happened? I don't know anything. Chapter 906. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Jingxian. Yi Jingxian crawled up from the ground. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he really didn't know what was going on. Looking at Yi Jingxuan's confused expression, Yun Luofeng's smile became even more sinister. She slowly took 2 steps toward him. You colluded with Consort Shu to poison the Empress, and now you pretend that you don't know anything? Yi Jingxuan's lips twitched. He put on a fake smile and said, Niece, I am your uncle. Don't frame me. I really don't know anything. It was Consort Shu who found me and asked me to help her. I admit that I really don't like you, so I agreed. Who knew that the person she wanted to harm was the Empress? In any case, she was the future head of the Yi family. Yun Luofeng wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Now, her first priority was to clear her name of harming the Empress. Yi Jingxian. When Consort Shu heard this, she crawled up from the ground in anger. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Jingxian with hatred. You're talking nonsense. You clearly found me first. Now you want to shirk responsibility. Yi Jingxian sneered. Consort Shu, you're already at death's door. Why do you want me to be your scapegoat? What grudge do I have with the Empress that I would not hesitate to poison her? Take responsibility for what you've done. Don't drag me down. Consort Shu was furious. She threw herself at Yi Jingxian, wanting to tear him apart with her bare hands. However, just as she reached him, she was struck down by his palm. Your Majesty. Yi Jingxian straightened his sleeves and half-knelt in front of the emperor. These things were really done by Consort Shu alone. I was only following her orders to push Yun Luofeng out. Your Majesty, please investigate. In any case, he would never admit that he was going to harm the emperor even if he was beaten to death. The emperor's cold eyes swept over Yi Jingxian. When he looked at Yun Luofeng, his expression softened. Miss Yun, how do you plan to deal with the Yi family? Yun Luofeng's lips curved slightly. Kill them. She said these two words lightly, but it made Yi Jingxian's body tremble. He suddenly stood up from the ground. Yun Luofeng, I'm your uncle. How dare you speak to me like that? Yun Luofeng glanced sideways at Yi Jingxian. How come I didn't know Yun Shao had an uncle like you? You. Yi Jingxian was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. When Yun Shao saw this man pointing his finger at Yun Luofeng's nose, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She raised the knife in her hand and a cold light slashed at Yi Jingxian's finger. Ah! Yi Jingxian let out a shrill scream. His voice was heart-wrenching, making one's hair stand on end. At this moment, in the sky above the Yi clan, a powerful force suddenly spread out and circled in the sky. The emperor was slightly taken aback when he sensed the aura. Old man Yi from the Yi family has become a mid-level holy spirit? The reason why the Yi family was weaker than the royal family was because the old man from the Yi family was weaker than the number one expert of the royal family, so he had no choice but to submit to the royal family. But if this old man broke through, then from then on, the royal family and the Yi family would be on equal footing. Ha ha ha. Yi Jingxian's face, which had been contorted due to the intense pain, laughed maniacally. My father has broken through. He has finally broken through. This time, the royal family can't do anything to me, ha ha ha. The emperor's face darkened slightly. He glanced coldly at Yi Jingxian but did not say anything. Chapter 907. The master of the Yi family's breakthrough at this time had completely disrupted his plan to kill the people who tried to kill the empress. The master of the royal family was not in the imperial city, so no one could deal with that old man. Just as he was thinking, the aura above the Yi family suddenly came towards them. In a moment, a figure in a gray robe appeared in front of everyone. The old man's expression was calm and otherworldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked down at the people below him with disdain. Father, you came at the right time. These people wanted to kill me. Especially Yun Shao, he even cut off my finger. You must avenge me. Yi Jingxian glared fiercely at the group of people in front of him and gritted his teeth. Yi Tian did not move, still standing high in the sky with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. Master Yi, the emperor smiled slightly. Congratulations on breaking through to the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. You are the second Holy Spirit realm in our Tianyun country to reach the intermediate stage. This is the glory of our Tianyun country, but... The emperor paused slightly and continued, Yi Jingxian plotted to kill the empress. You must give me an explanation for this. What's more, I have long heard that Master Yi does not like to fight with your own family. Your son plotted to kill your grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Shouldn't you also deal with this matter? Yi Tian frowned slightly and looked at Yi Jingxian indifferently. Is what he said true? Yi Jingxian trembled. Father, no matter how wrong I was, Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng are still alive, but these two people just tried to kill me. How can you tolerate it, father? Looking at Yi Jingxuan's unrepentant expression, Yi Tian shook his head. These few days, even though I was in seclusion, I still heard what you did. Xian, I have already decided to hand over the position of master to you. Why are you still holding on to them? Yi Jingxian lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. His lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he said sarcastically, even if you give me the position, so what? In your heart, Yi Jingxian is still the most important. I am just not satisfied. I am clearly not worse than him. Why do you favor him more? The man's eyes were red, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. At this moment, he vented all the grievances he had suffered over the years, and his voice was hysterical. The old man closed his eyes slightly. After a long time, he opened them again. You're so stubborn. I can't help you with anything. You should just destroy yourself. If Yi Jingxian admitted his mistake, perhaps his heart would soften and help him. Even now, Yi Jingxian did not think that he had done anything wrong. How could he save him? The old man's words made Yi Jingxuan's eyes widen and his whole body tremble. What did Dad mean by that? Give up on him? Dad, you can't do this to me. Yi Jingxian is your son. Am I not your son? Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. How can you be so cruel? Yi Jingxuan's face paled. Yi Tian was his last life-saving straw, so of course he wouldn't let go. Xian, apologize to your brother and nephew. Father will let them only cripple your strength, but spare your life. Yi Tian smiled bitterly. In the face of his own bloodline, he still could not harden his heart. Dad, what are you saying? Yi Jingxian asked in disbelief. You want me to apologize to Yi Jingxian and the others? And cripple my strength? If I don't have strength, what difference is there between me and a good-for-nothing? How can you say something like that? Chapter 908. Apologize? That's even more impossible. He would never admit that he was wrong. Yi Tian's smile became increasingly bitter. He simply closed his eyes, no longer looking at Yi Jingxuan's twisted face. Father. Yi Jingxuan's eyes turned a few times, and he gritted his teeth. Even if you don't want to save me this time, you must save me. Because, I already know the whereabouts of the eight-tailed fox you asked me to find. What did you say? Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his breathing hurried. You know the whereabouts of that fox? Where is she? Tell me. Yi Jingxian sneered. Hand over the Yi family's power to me, and you help me kill Yun Xiao and the hindrance elder Yi Xiang, and I will tell you where she is. In Yi Jingxuan's eyes, the only person in the Yi family that he could not control was elder Yi Xiang, so Yi Xiang must die. As for Yun Xiao, this kid was too strong, leaving him alive would be a disaster. Moreover, he had just cut off his finger, so he could not leave him alive. Yi Jingxian. Yi Tian's face was ashen. You still want to kill them? That's right. Yi Jingxuan's lips curled up. Only I know where that fox is. If you want to find her, you must agree to my request, otherwise, don't even think of seeing that fox again. An eight-tailed fox? Slipping away from the Yi family? After hearing these two pieces of information from Yi Jingxian and his son, Yun Luofeng subconsciously looked at fire, her eyes gradually revealing a strange expression. Hee hee. Yi Tian was so angry that he laughed. It seems that all these years, I have really indulged you too much. So much so that you would be so lawless. You even dare to threaten me? In this life, he had never been threatened by anyone. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to know the whereabouts of that fox ancestor, he really wanted to slap this bastard. Perhaps it was because of Yi Jingxuan's stubbornness that Yi Tian's last trace of softness towards him disappeared, replaced only by a heart full of anger. Yi Jingxian raised his chin, fearlessly facing Yi Tian's angry eyes. This is the price you have to pay for favoring Yi Jingxian. Don't you want to kill me so that he can become the Yi family's young master again? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I won't let you people succeed. At this moment, a soft voice came from the side. I say, you people are either making me a scapegoat or talking nonsense about me. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Fire had long been annoyed by these people, and had completely forgotten about Yun Luofeng's initial instructions. Her small, jade-like face was filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Yi Jingxian. Go, go, go. Yi Jingxian chased the fire away with his hands. Do you want to die too, little girl? If you don't want to die, then scram. We are talking about that fox with a broken tail. What does that have to do with you? Don't flatter yourself. This little girl was someone by Yun Luofeng's side. There was no way Yi Jingxian would associate her with the fox that Yi Tian had asked him to find. Naturally, he didn't think much of her. Fire curled his lips, so the quality of the current Yi family is so poor, completely incomparable to that brat Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan? Yi Tian's body trembled, and his stunned gaze turned to Fire. His voice gradually became excited. You are, Yi Fifan. Others might not know this name, but for Yi Tian, who had inherited the inheritance, he was very familiar with it. Chapter 909. Yi Fifan was the one who founded the Yi clan. He was also the one who gave the order for the Yi clan to only exist to protect one person. Since she could say the name of the old ancestor, then she, smelly girl, I told you to scram, did you not hear me? Yi Jingxian was furious. He stepped forward and wanted to give Fire a good beating. Suddenly, Fire raised his head and looked at him. This gaze shook his soul, causing his heart to tremble. A wave of fear rose from his heart. You were talking about me just now, and now you're telling me to get lost? Fire laughed. Hidden beneath her innocent face was a devilish smile. Moreover, you even used me to threaten others? In my life, what I, Fire, hate the most is being used by others. Yi Jingxian froze. What did this little girl mean by that? What did he mean by using her to threaten others? He was clearly using that fox with a broken tail. Suddenly, Yi Jingxian reacted. His face turned pale as he stared in horror at the little girl who was smiling like a devil. You're that broken tail fox? Impossible. You're lying, you must be lying to me. Shut up. Yi Tian roared angrily and slapped Yi Jingxian. Why aren't you kneeling before the fox ancestor? This time, not only Yi Jingxian, even Fire himself was dumbfounded. She had been worried that Yi Jingxian would really attack Yi Jingxian and the others, so she had revealed her identity, intending to ruin Yi Jingxuan's scheme. As for whether or not Yi Tian had any good intentions, it wasn't that she hadn't considered it. However, Yi Tian was the descendant of Yi Fifan, so he should be looking for her, not harming her. But what did this fox ancestor mean? When did he become an ancestor? Father, don't be fooled by this girl. Yi Jingxian said angrily, if she really is the fox ancestor, why is she following Yun Luofeng? A person like Yun Luofeng does not have the qualifications to be acknowledged by the fox ancestor. When Fire saw that Yi Jingxian not only doubted her words, but also doubted Yun Luofeng, he was completely enraged. Once she was angry, she would not care about the consequences. You even dare to doubt me, your fox ancestor? You're courting death. Because Yi Tian had called him the fox ancestor, Fire had already treated him as his ancestor, and even the way he addressed himself had changed. At the same time, her black eyes were dyed red with flames. Her black hair was fluttering in the wind. Then, 8 tails extended from her back. They were soft, beautiful, and breathtaking. Hence, Yi Jingxian, whose face was originally filled with disdain, rolled his eyes and fainted once again when he saw the 8 tails behind Fire. This time, Yi Jingxian wasn't pretending to faint. He really fainted from fright. He thought he could grab onto the last straw of hope, but he knew that this straw was fatal. Yi Jingxian didn't stay unconscious for long before he was awakened by the flames. He rolled on the ground in pain, his voice wailing like a ghost. Ah! Help! Father! I know I'm wrong, please restrain me, I really know I'm wrong. Yi Tian's heart had already been broken by Yi Jingxian. After hearing him beg for mercy, she closed her eyes, her expression filled with disappointment and grief. Fire, you're too reckless. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. You forgot what I told you when I left you behind. Fire curled his lips in grievance. Master, who told Yi Jingxian to use my name to threaten the Yi family's old man? I can't control my temper. However, this old man from the Yi family deserves to die. Yi Tian blinked. What happened to me? Fire glared at him. Why didn't you say that I was your Yi family's fox ancestor? If I had known earlier that I had this identity, my master wouldn't have suffered in the Yi family. It's all your fault. Chapter 9-10. But I've never seen you before. Yi Tian felt even more wrong than Do Yi. How could he know that this fox ancestor did not understand the real situation? If not for the sudden disappearance of the fox ancestor, the Yi family would not have had the right to step into the back mountain. It was even more impossible for him to see Fire. Master, Fire placed his hands on his hips and glared angrily at Yi Tian. I'll leave this matter to this old man to deal with. I want to see if he dares to protect his son. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched and he sighed helplessly. He turned to look at Yi Jingxian, who was rolling in the flames. This time, you reap what you sow. As a father, I can't save you. Yi Jingxuan's eyes had changed from the initial fear to despair. His distorted face was pale and colorless. It's over. This time, he was definitely finished. Yi Tian closed his eyes in pain. After a long while, he opened them again and his expression returned to its usual calm and tranquil state. Actually, at the end of the day, it's because I, as a father, did not teach you well. That's why you tried to murder your own brother for a bit of power. Since this is my responsibility, I will also take responsibility for this matter. He slowly walked towards Yi Tian. After this matter is over, I will leave the Yi family. He, who could not even teach his son well, no longer had the right to be the head of the Yi family. When he reached Yi Jingxian, he stopped and slowly raised his hand. Xian, don't worry. Father will not let you die too painfully. At the end of the day, Yi Jingxian was still his son. No matter how disappointed he was in him, he could not bear to see him suffer such great pain. Perhaps, death was the best release for him. Yi Jingxuan's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Tian's figure that was just inches away from him. Then, a gust of wind from his palm struck his body and penetrated his heart. Puchi. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yi Jingxuan's face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment as his body fell straight down. Yi Tian turned his back and did not look at Yi Jingxuan's corpse again. He coldly ordered, men, throw him into the mass grave. Those who murdered their own brothers did not have the right to enter the ancestral grave. The mass grave was the best place for him. Yi Tian straightened his robes, clasped one hand behind his back, and quickly left. It was hard to avoid the pain in his expression, but only time could calm him down. Yun Luofeng didn't need to step in for the following matters. Whether it was noble consort Tong's childhood sweetheart, or consort Shu and her daughter, they would all be punished by the emperor. As for the little girl who was threatened by imperial concubine Tong, the emperor didn't make things difficult for her. Not only did he not punish her, but he also helped her rescue her parents. Concubine Shu's family members, on the other hand, were all imprisoned. For a time, the entire heavenly cloud nation was in a storm. Those who were in the center of the storm tried their best to deny their relationship with Empress Shu for fear of being implicated. The fickleness of human nature was reflected to the extreme at this moment. Yi family. Inside the ancestral home, all the elders gathered together, all of them wearing solemn expressions. Master, the second young master has indeed committed a grave mistake, and he deserves to die. However, Yi Tianwen is innocent, and I think we should let him go first. He will take over second young master's position. Even though some people had seen the scene of Yun Shao flipping out that day, they still felt that no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to go against the Yi family. The Yi family had Yi Tian in charge, so why would they be afraid of a young boy? Chapter 9-11. Moreover, many of the elders had been in cahoots with Yi Jingxian all these years. If Yi Jingxian were to take over, he would definitely clean up the entire Yi family. By then, would there still be a place for them to stay? If that was the case, it was better to push Yi Tianwen up. On the main seat, Yi Tian scanned the crowd coldly with an indifferent expression. Do you think that the Tianwen Association doesn't know what Yi Jingxian has done? How can such a narrow-minded person like him take on this position? Therefore, I have decided to let Chen be the young master of the Yi family again. Master. Everyone gasped and said hurriedly, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Back then, you used the reason that Chen Er's wife was infertile to remove him from this position. What else do you have to say now? Bang! Yi Tian slapped the table and the sound was deafening. The elders looked at each other and knew that the situation was hopeless. They could only give up on the idea of letting Yi Tianwen succeed. At this moment, an elder stood up. His eyes moved a few times and he said with a fake smile, since eldest young master is the young master, then young master Yun Shao will also be the successor under eldest young master. So, I do have an idea. I heard that young master Yun Shao and Yun Luofeng haven't married yet. Usually, large families will take in a few concubines before marriage. As the son of the young master, how can Yun Shao not help the Yi family spread the leaves? Master, please make the decision to take a concubine for him. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingxian, who were sitting at the side, could not hold it in any longer. However, out of respect for Yi Tian, they did not say anything. Now that they were targeting Yun Shao, they were furious. From what Elder Fan has said, it seems that you already have someone to be Shao Er's concubine. Jun Fengling raised her brows slightly, her red lips smiling mockingly and disdainfully. Yi Fan puffed up his chest. That's right. I do have a partner. She is my granddaughter, Yi Xiaoya. My granddaughter is lively and cute. Her looks are not inferior to Yun Luofeng. She is more than enough to be young Master Zhao's concubine. Jun Fengling smiled. Her smile was beautiful like a blooming rose. Yi Xiaoya. I have seen that girl. I really don't know if you are narcissistic or if there is something wrong with your brain. How can a woman like that compare to my daughter-in-law? How dare she shamelessly claim that her looks aren't inferior to Feng Er's? Tell me, how can she compare to Feng Er? She doesn't even have the qualifications to be Feng Er's maid. Jun Fengling slammed his palm on the table and glared angrily. Today, I'm here. Don't you dare try to stuff a woman into Miss Zhao's side. Yi Fan's expression changed. His relationship with Yi Jingxian had always been bad. If he didn't use the marriage method, he would immediately lose his position in the Yi family. Young madam, this is a man's matter. You're a woman, why are you interfering? Yi Fan's face darkened. In the past, you stopped Yi Jingxian from taking a concubine. Now, you're stopping Sir Yun Shao. I really don't know what you're planning. Don't tell me you don't want your son to have children? Jun Fengling laughed coldly. As a mother, I naturally hope that my son can have many children and grandchildren. However, his children can only be born by Yun Luofeng. In other words, she was willing to let her son flourish. Unfortunately, the branches and leaves could only come from Yun Luofeng's body. Yi Fan's expression became even uglier. However, at that moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. Chapter 9:12. Sunlight poured down and landed on the girl's snow-white dress. At that moment, the girl was leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She had a lazy and evil look on her face as she looked at elder Yi Fan. You want to give your granddaughter to Yun Shao? Seeing that the person in question had arrived, Yi Fan's imposing manner did not weaken at all. He puffed out his chest and said confidently, that's right. As a woman, you should be more magnanimous. Don't be like your mother-in-law and stop your husband from taking in concubines. All right. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Fan. If you want to give your granddaughter to Yun Shao, you can send it over. I will accept it, but don't regret it. With that, she straightened up and turned to walk in the direction she came from. Jun Fengling did not stop Yun Luofeng. She looked at Yi Fan sympathetically and smiled gloatingly. Because she knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Unfortunately, Yi Fan did not understand Yun Luofeng's personality and thought that she had really agreed to let Yun Shao take in a concubine. He was overjoyed and looked at Jun Fengling contemptuously. "Young madam, you should learn from your daughter-in-law. Don't be so jealous." Jun Fengling did not even look at him and turned to Yi Jingchen. The husband and wife looked at each other. "Brother Yi, I feel that I should learn from Feng, he wanted to learn from them on how to make them remember. Know that she was not to be trifled with." When Yi Fan heard this, he felt that Jun Fengling had listened to his advice and smiled proudly. The courtyard that Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao lived in was in the center of the Yi residence. It was also the best location in the entire Yi residence. At that moment, a girl in a dress as thin as a veil appeared outside the door. Her eyes were filled with envy as she looked around. Even as an elder of the Yi family, her grandfather could not live in such a good courtyard. Especially the trees in the courtyard, each of them had the effect of calming the mind. They were rare treasures for cultivation. Miss Xiaoye. Suddenly, a servant girl from the Yi family walked over slowly from the courtyard and said, "Miss Yun asked you to enter." Yi Xiaoye retracted her gaze. She raised her head arrogantly and stepped into the courtyard like a proud phoenix. Behind her, the maidservant was clearly not used to her condescending look and immediately spat. With a face full of disdain, she said to the person beside her, "She came to young Master Yun Zhao's and Lady Yun's courtyard dressed like this. Does she think that no one can tell what she wants? Miss Yun and young Master Yun Shao love each other, so it's impossible for her to fancy a woman like her." Although Yi Xiaoye was elder Yi Fan's granddaughter, she was still Yi Jingchen's maidservant. With Yi Jingchen and Jun Fengling's protection, she naturally spoke without thinking. When Yi Xiaoye heard the maidservant's words, she was infuriated. If it was in the past, she would have slapped the maidservant in the morning. But now, she was in Yun Zhao's territory, so she had to maintain her image. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoye suppressed the anger in her heart and walked forward with her chest puffed out. When she becomes young Master Yun Zhao's woman, she must teach the maidservants in this courtyard a good lesson. He had no respect for his elders. The courtyard was covered with maple leaves. From afar, Yi Xiaoye could see the beautiful young lady lying on the chaise longue. As a woman, the moment Yi Xiaoye saw the young lady, a look of amazement flashed across her eyes. But what followed was jealousy. With such a beautiful mistress, would young Master Yun Shao dote on her? However, no matter how young Master Yun Shao treated her, it was enough as long as she could become his wife. Chapter 9:13. Yi Xiaoye couldn't help but recall the first time she met Yun Shao during the blood drop ceremony a few days ago. At that moment, she was shocked. After that, she felt sad for Yun Zhao's physique. After all, such a handsome and outstanding man had to be a good-for-nothing. It was only yesterday when she received the news from the imperial palace that she realized that this man was the real genius. Because of this, when her own grandfather had run over to ask her if she was willing to become Yun Zhao's concubine, she had agreed without hesitation. If I can accompany him by my side, what harm is there in being a concubine? But she had long heard that Yun Zhao's fiancé, Yun Luofeng, had a domineering personality and was rude and unreasonable. She couldn't help but be worried. What would happen if Yun Luofeng tried to stop them? Who knew that this Yun Luofeng was nothing more than this? No matter how unwilling she was, she had to accept his existence. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoye took a light breath and said shyly, "Lady Yun, young Master Yun Shao, why isn't he here?" Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips and looked at Yi Xiaoye frivolously. As a member of the Yi family, you can completely become someone else's wife. Why are you willing to be Yun Zhao's concubine? Yi Xiaoye was stunned. What did this woman mean? Testing him? Miss Yun, Yi Xiaoye raised her eyes and said firmly, "In my heart, Sir Yun Shao is the man who is most worthy of being followed. How can those commoners compare to him? If I can become young Master Yun Zhao's concubine, it would be better than being another man's official wife." Yun Luofeng lazily sat up from the chaise longue, his lips curling into a smile. But don't you know that Yun Shao already has a wife? Yi Xiaoye frowned slightly. Miss Yun, you've misunderstood me. I've never thought of stealing your position. I just want to be his concubine. I don't care what you want her to be. In my world, my man can only have one wife. If you take a concubine, you will be disloyal. If you are disloyal, you might as well divorce. Yi Xiaoye was stunned. A man can only have one wife? If he took a concubine, he would have to divorce his husband? What kind of twisted logic was this? Miss Yun, are you joking with me? How can a man be unfaithful? I don't care about other men, I only care about my man. You want to be Yun Zhao's concubine? Then don't blame me for letting you come in vertically and leave horizontally. The girl's eyes were domineering as she looked down at Yi Xiaoye. Yi Xiaoye's expression was very ugly. She bit her lips. Miss Yun, my grandfather said that young Master Yun Shao has already agreed to take me as his concubine. You can't make the decision. In addition, since you are the official wife, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for a woman to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. No man will like a woman with a bad temper. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Xiaoye with a faint smile. You think I can't make the decision? Not bad. Yi Xiaoye snorted. Get young Master Yun Shao out. I know you must have hidden him somewhere. Get him out. Just as Yi Xiaoye finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the courtyard. What are you guys standing there for? Throw this crazy woman out. Hearing the man's magnetic voice, Yun Luofeng wanted to look up, but in an instant, he had already fallen into a familiar embrace. How could you let this kind of woman into our yard? Looks like I'll have to ask Qin Yuan to wash it a few times. Qin Yuan? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction of the courtyard door. In an instant, a familiar figure fell into her eyes. Chapter 9:14. Mistress, long time no see. Qin Yuan smiled and greeted Yun Luofeng. Master is still attracting bees and butterflies as usual. I've made you worry. That day, when Yun Shao returned to the Shao family to resolve the issue, he had Qin Yuan stay behind to protect the Yun family. Gradually, he was no longer as reserved as before. Instead, he began to joke around with Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Shao and said eccentrically, yes, that's why I've become so troublesome. Yun Zhao's face darkened. She turned around to give Qin Yuan a warning look before shifting her gaze back. Don't listen to Qin Yuan's nonsense. I've only provoked you once in my life. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. How could she not be at ease when it came to Yun Shao? At this moment, Yi Xiaoye was already in a daze. Her body was being held down by 2 guards as she stared at the cold-faced man with disheveled hair. The man seemed to have recalled her existence, and his dark eyes gradually turned to look at her. His gaze was cold and terrifying, as if there were countless daggers piercing her skin, causing her pain. Young Master Yun Shao, don't you recognize me? I'm Yi Xiaoye. My grandpa said that you would take me as your concubine. In reality, this matter was caused by Yun Luofeng. She had only asked Yi Fan to bring Yi Xiaoyu over, but did not say whose order it was. This caused Yi Fan to think that Yun Shao had agreed, which was why he had hurriedly conveyed this matter to Yi Xiaoyu. Qin Yuan, cripple her. The man's words were as indirect as usual, but they were as cold as a cold dagger, stabbing into Yi Xiaoye's heart. Yes, master. Qin Yuan smiled sinisterly and walked towards Yi Xiaoye. TSK, this woman is really good at seducing people. Look at her clothes, they're like cicada wings, so thin that you can see her skin. Hearing Qin Yuan's teasing words, Yun Shao replied coldly, I will pass on your words to Chen Yang. Cough cough. Qin Yuan hastily coughed twice and said in a stern voice, Woman, you're really bold. You're delusional enough to seduce my master and even cause trouble for mistress. He's simply courting death. Yi Xiaoye widened her eyes in panic. She could not understand what had happened for Yun Shao to be so cruel to her. Wait. Before Qin Yuan could act, Yun Luofeng's voice came from behind him. Yun Luofeng lazily stood up from the chaise longue, a smile on his peerlessly beautiful face. I allowed this woman to come because her grandfather wants to give her to Yun Shao as a concubine. She squinted at Yi Xiaoya and continued, so, I asked his grandfather to bring her to me. If she didn't have the intention to seduce Yun Shao, perhaps I would have let her go. Unfortunately, this woman's heart isn't in the right place, so I can only let her suffer the consequences of her own actions. Yi Xiaoya's face was full of disbelief. Didn't grandfather say that this matter was agreed by young master Yun Shao? Why did this woman ask grandpa to send her here? Could it be that grandpa had tricked her this time? Qin Yuan, strip her naked, tie her to the city gate, and let the world see. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly as he walked towards Yi Xiaoya. His fingers gently pinched her chin, and he said condescendingly, don't you want to seduce men? All right, I'll let you seduce me to your heart's content. Yi Xiaoya swallowed her saliva with difficulty as panic filled her eyes. She wanted to struggle free from the hands of the two guards and pounce towards Yun Shao. However, the guard's strength was not something she could match up to. Chapter 9:15. Young Master Yun Shao, please save me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to sell myself to serve you for the rest of my life. In her opinion, no matter how ruthless Yun Luofeng was, he still had to listen to a man. Thus, she did not beg for mercy from Yun Luofeng, but instead sought help from Yun Shao. If an ordinary man saw Yi Xiaoya's tearful appearance, he might be soft-hearted and save her once. Unfortunately, Yun Zhao's entire heart was on Yun Luofeng. Even if other women bled profusely, he would not be moved. But if Yun Luofeng shed a single tear, his heart would ache for several days. Qin Yuan, what are you waiting for? Drag her out, she's an eyesore. The man's voice was emotionless. Understood. Qin Yuan cupped his fists, chuckled, and walked toward Yi Xiaoya. You're begging the wrong person. Here, the matriarch can make the decisions. Master used to be the matriarch's personal guard, and only recently succeeded in becoming her fiancé. Do you think Master has the right to speak? Qin Yuan knew that he wouldn't get angry if he said this, so he said it to make Yi Xiaoya understand where he was wrong. As expected, Yi Xiaoya was dumbfounded after hearing that. She didn't come back to her senses even when the guards dragged her out. Yun Shao, you're back? After Yi Xiaoya was dragged out, Yun Luofeng turned to look at the man behind him with a smile on his face. Yun Shao stepped forward and hugged Yun Luofeng's body tightly. During this period of time, I've always asked Qin Yuan to find out Bai Su's whereabouts. Last night, I suddenly received news that he had seen his personal handmaiden, Jianghu. Unfortunately, by the time I got there, she had already escaped. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. Who is Chun Yang? Qin Yuan's old lover. Cough, cough. Yun Luofeng coughed twice, the corners of his mouth slightly hesitant. So Qin Yuan has an old lover. Yun Shao looked at Yun Luofeng. You should know about the bamboo building, right? That year, I asked Qin Yuan to sell the crown prince of Long Yuan country, Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang to the bamboo house. That Chun Yang is the lady boss of the bamboo house. She wanted to join my force, but I refused. However, this Chun Yang and Qin Yuan are old acquaintances. The two of them confirmed their relationship not long ago. It was only in front of Yun Luofeng that Yun Shao would not be as silent as he was outside. He spoke a lot more than before. So that's how it is. The smile in Yun Luofeng's eyes grew. Then how is Chun Yang's strength? Yun Shao fell silent for a moment before he answered. I became a venerable spiritualist not long ago. A venerable. Not only in the Roaring Dragon continent, but also in the Wuhui continent. Yun Shao, ask her to escort the old master and the others here. I won't go back to the Dragon Roaring continent in a short time. I'm worried about the old master there. It's safer for them to come to the Yi family. At the very least, the Yi clan had a saint spirit. If it was in the past, with the protection of Tianya and Elder Ning, the old man would also be very safe. However, the experts she would face in the future would become stronger and stronger. Without a Holy Spirit practitioner by her side to protect her family, she would not be able to go out with peace of mind. All right. Yun Shao nodded slightly. I will inform Qin Yuan later and let him pass on the order. Yun Luofeng smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yun Shao, the Roaring Dragon continent needs to pass through the forest of no return from here. It will probably take a month or so to arrive. Before that, I need to clean up the Yi clan on behalf of my parents. In addition, also inform Tianya that there is someone in the forest of no return that he yearns for every night. Chapter 9:16. Yi family. In the Great Hall, a loud wail could be heard. Elder Yi Fan complained with snot and tears in his eyes. Patriarch, you must seek justice for me. That woman Yun Luofeng has gone too far. She actually stripped my granddaughter naked and tied her to the city gate for public display. Such a jealous woman must be punished. Elder Yi Fan fiercely gritted his teeth as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yun Luofeng had done such a heaven-angering thing. He did not believe that anyone would be able to protect her. Elder Yi Fan, didn't you send your granddaughter to Fenger to let her be abused? Jun Fengling sneered as he said mockingly. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fan was so angry that his eyes turned red. She clearly agreed to let Yue become young Master Yun Zhao's concubine, yet she went back on her word. I know, it must be because young Master Yun Zhao has taken a fancy to Yue, causing her to be jealous. That's right. That must be it. Yun Luofeng, this vicious woman, why didn't she suffer the wrath of the heavens? At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the great hall, causing Yi Fan's body to freeze. It was my idea to hang her at the city gate. Do you have a problem with my orders? Hearing this voice, Jun Fengling raised his eyebrows and looked over. In an instant, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance of the great hall. The woman's clothes were as white as snow, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind, her deep black eyes filled with an evil light. Standing beside him was a cold and handsome man. The two of them stood side by side in such a perfect match, so beautiful that no one could ignore them. Yi Fan's body froze, his expression abnormally ugly. Just now, young Master Yun Zhao said that he was the one who announced the order. What was wrong with his own granddaughter? Why did he have to be so merciless? Fire, Yun Luofeng gently raised her eyebrows, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. Beat him up. Yun Luofeng, don't go too far. Yi Fan's expression changed once again. I didn't make any mistakes. What reason do you have to beat me up? Sorry. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. I never need a reason to beat people up. Just the fact that I don't like you is enough. This time, not to mention Yi Fan, even the other people in the hall were stunned. They stared in astonishment at the peerlessly beautiful face. Only now did they realize what arrogance was. This woman was simply arrogant to the extreme. Patriarch. Yi Fan turned to the old man and said angrily, are you really not going to care? How can a vicious and merciless woman become a member of our Yi clan? Seeing Yi Fan's twisted face, Fire could not help but chuckle. I'm afraid this old fellow will not care about this matter. If you want to use him to pressure my sister, you found the wrong person. Part of what happened in the Imperial Palace was known to outsiders. The other part, with the double orders issued by the Emperor and Master Yi, no one dared to spread it. That part was about Fire's identity, therefore, Yi Fan did not know that the little girl in front of him was someone that even Yi Tian had to respect. You little brat, scram to the side. Yi Fan's anger overflowed to the heavens as he shouted sternly. Fire narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashing past his eyes. Here, no one dares to be so impudent to me, your ancestor. Yi Fan was angered by Fire's arrogance. Just as he was about to continue rebuking, a clear slap landed on his face, causing him to be stunned. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, Fire's foot suddenly kicked over, sending him flying to the ground with a bang. Chapter 9:17. Before Yi Fan could react, his pair of turbid eyes stared at the girl in front of him in astonishment. Do you know what people call me in the Roaring Dragon continent? Yun Luofeng curled her lips and walked towards Yi Fan with a faint smile. They call me the #1 spoiled brat in the continent. do you think they can reason with someone like me? In the Roaring Dragon continent, Yun Luofeng had a notorious reputation. She had always taken action at the slightest disagreement. Hence, there was no reason in front of her. Men, drag Elder Yi Fan away until he is dealt with. Yi Tian looked at Yi Fan indifferently and ordered expressionlessly. Yes, master. Hearing this, two men immediately went up to Elder Yi Fan, who was still in a daze, and dragged him out. They did not even give him a chance to speak. Chen, you stay. The others can leave too. Yi Tian sighed helplessly. After this period of unforeseen events, he seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Yi Jingchen frowned. He did not know why his father wanted him to stay, but he still stayed in the hall. After a while, only Yi Tian and Yi Jingchen were left in the hall. Chen, I want to discuss with you today that you will inherit the position of master of the Yi family. I'm tired after all these years. Yi Tian smiled bitterly, his face full of fatigue. Indeed, he was really tired after all these years. Yi Jingchen frowned. Father, I can't take over this position for the time being. Why? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Yi Jingchen shook his head. I'm not strong enough to take over this position. I hope you can give me a few more years. All right. Yi Tian nodded. I'll give you some time to sit down and prepare. Hearing this, Yi Jingchen heaved a sigh of relief. However, he looked like he wanted to say something, but he hesitated, as though he wanted to say something. Feel free to speak your mind. Yi Tian saw his hesitation and said with a smile. Father. Yi Jingchen took a deep breath. There's something I must confess to you. Actually, Shao is not my biological son. Yi Jingxian was already gone and he did not want to lie to his father anymore. Moreover, so what if Yun Shao was not his biological son? He had long treated him as his biological son. Originally, Yi Jingxian had thought that Yi Tian would be extremely shocked after hearing what he said. Unfortunately, the old man's expression remained calm from beginning to end, and there was not a single ripple in his eyes. I know. He said faintly. This time, it was Yi Jingxian's turn to be surprised. He already knew. Yi Tian glanced at Yi Jingxian. I can tell at a glance whether Yun Shao is my biological grandson or not. That child doesn't look like you at all. Moreover, he was already very old when you met June. As for the fact that you have been to the Roaring Dragon continent long ago, you can fool others with this excuse, but not me. Father, since you already knew, why did you? Yi Jingxian's heart was filled with shock and confusion. His father knew that Yun Shao was not his biological son. Why did he hide it? Chen, I'm the master of the Yi family. There are many things that I can't do anything about. Yi Tian sighed. You don't have a child, so you can't take over the position of master of the Yi family. Even with my strength, I can't help you. This is the helplessness of being the head of a family. If you really had a child, the elders would not have ostracized you and I could have passed the position to you. Chapter 9:18. Yi Tian paused and continued, as for whether the child is yours or not, so what? June has a good character. Her child won't be too bad either. Was that why he pretended not to know anything? Acknowledged Yun Shao. No wonder he allowed Yun Shao to not take on the Yi family surname. It was because he already knew that Yun Shao was not his biological son. He loved June so much that he extended his love to her. His father had accepted all of this for his sake. The funny thing was that he didn't know about it, and he even blamed his father for it. Yi Jingxian's heart was filled with sorrow. Father, I'm unfilial. I let you bear everything silently. But June is the only one I've ever fallen for. I will never give up on her no matter what. Chen, if I had half of your determination when I was young, perhaps Yi Jingxian wouldn't have been born. Yi Tian sighed. I also understand your sincerity towards June, That's why I've always been on your side all these years. Unfortunately, I'm too helpless and I can't properly protect you both. But now that you have Yun Shao, no one will make things difficult for you anymore. His identity will always be rotten in your heart. Yi Jingchen smiled. Father, I asked Shao if he was willing to take over the Yi family, but he refused. That child's ambition is very high. I can't use the Yi family to trap him. Those two people should fly to a wider place. This Wuhui continent wouldn't be their final destination either. Yi Tian frowned. Yun Shao is unwilling to take over the Yi family. Doesn't that mean there's no heir after you? Father, Yi Jingchen smiled. I have good news for you. June is pregnant and it's a pair of twins. Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat. After a long time, he suppressed his wildly beating heart and smiled bitterly. Chen, is it fun to deceive your father with such words? I've looked for many famous doctors to treat June, but they all said there's no cure. Father, I'm telling the truth. June, is really pregnant and it was Feng, who saved her. Furthermore, Feng, was the one who planned this. She was afraid that the child in June's womb would be harmed by Yi Jingxian, so she stood out with Yun Shao and took on all the dangers for the unborn child. Yi Tian's breathing suddenly stopped. He quickly stood up from his chair, his voice trembling due to his excitement. Is this, for real? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Father, don't forget that the Empress' illness was also cured by Feng, Yi Jingxian's words undoubtedly made Yi Tian's heart drop. His expression changed from one of shock to one of ecstasy. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. That excited laughter resounded throughout the entire Yi clan. Good, this is really good. I finally don't have to worry about no one inheriting the Yi family. Ha ha ha. Chen, we must thank Miss Yun. Moreover, this girl also took on all the dangers for June's unborn child. If it weren't for her, June's child might have been killed before I could come out of seclusion. Yi Tian was so excited that tears flowed down his cheeks. How long had it been since he was so excited? Ever since he determined that June Fengling was infertile, he had been worried about the Yi family's future. Chapter 919. Tianer, go and announce to the world that the young lady of the Yi family is pregnant. Also, I want to invite all the guests to congratulate Juner. Yi Tian laughed again and strode out of the hall. Not long after, everyone in the imperial city knew that June Fengling was pregnant. Even the members of the imperial family received the news. They immediately sent people to congratulate them. One after another, the various forces in Tianyun country received the invitation and rushed to the imperial city to congratulate June Fengling. After all, to these forces, this was the only chance they had to build a relationship with the Yi family. At this moment, in the complicated terrain of the forest, a young man and a young woman were leading a group of guards on a steep slope. The man was handsome while the woman was delicate and charming. They did not look like a married couple, instead, they looked more like siblings. Sure, it was not easy for the Xia family to obtain the invitation to congratulate the Yi family. If we can build a relationship with the Yi family, our Xia family will have a bright future. The young man was in high spirits, obviously anticipating the family's meteoric rise. I understand, brother. The young woman smiled mischievously. Oh, sure, I heard that there is a person with a high status in the Yi family. Not only did she cure the young lady of the Yi family, she even treated the empress. If we can please her, the Xia family's glory will be just around the corner. As he spoke, the young man's eyes lit up. This was the most important task that his father had given him. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Plop. Suddenly, Xia Chu did not see a figure rolling down from the tree branch. She was squashed, and the intense pain made her cry out. Her face was pale. It's daybreak? A clear and innocent voice immediately attracted the young man's attention. It was a young girl of about 14 or 15 years of age. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She was very pretty, but her watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist as if she had just woken up. The young man stared at her in a daze, forgetting that this young girl was sitting on top of his sister. He stared at her in a daze. You. Get out of my way. It was only when an angry voice rang out that the young man regained his senses. He looked at the young girl in embarrassment. Miss, I'm sorry, you're pinned down on my sister. Ah. The girl was stunned for a moment. Only then did she feel the person under her butt. She hurriedly climbed up from his body and apologized. I'm sorry, I fell asleep and accidentally fell down. I didn't notice that there was someone below. Xia Chu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and climbed up from the ground. Her pretty face was flushed with anger. She glared at the girl angrily and said, Are you a pig? So heavy, my intestines are about to be squeezed out by you. Heavy? Xia Chu's words completely angered the girl. Her eyes widened and her face was full of anger. Who are you calling heavy? I'm only 100 pounds. 100 Jean. I'm talking about you. You're so heavy. Hurry up and lose some weight. She looked at the young girl with disdain and said contemptuously. The girl was trembling with anger. If she hadn't come to the Wuhui continent for the first time, she would never have let this stinky girl go. How dare he insult her? Chu, don't be rude. The young man glared at Xia Chu before turning to the young girl. He smiled and said, My sister has a bad temper. Please don't take it to heart. By the way, why did you fall asleep on the tree? Chapter 920. Hearing this, the young girl became dejected. I'm here to find my master, but I got lost. I can only rest on a tree for the night. The young girl's eyes reddened at the thought of her master and tears welled up in her eyes. Miss, would you be willing to travel with me? The young man smiled at the young girl. The young girl tilted her head and blinked. Can you help me find my master? Yes, your master's name is this. Hearing this, the young girl hesitated. Master likes to stir up trouble and must have made countless enemies in the limitless mainland. If I say his name, what if they use me to threaten him? The young girl waved her hand at the thought and said, I'll find my master myself. However, I'm not familiar with this place, so I would like you to lead the way. If she had just followed Yun Luofeng into and out of the mainland, she would have foolishly said her master's name. However, she had gained much knowledge during this period of time and was no longer as clueless as she was in the beginning. I don't agree. Xia Chu was flustered. Brother, I don't want this woman with us. We're going to the Yi family to congratulate the young madam. This girl has no status. If she follows us into the Yi family, what if she angers the Yi family? The young man was stunned and hesitated. This girl seems to be alone here. If we leave her behind after we leave the forest, I won't be able to rest easy. As for the Yi family, when the time comes, she can just pretend to be a servant girl of the Xia family. I'm sure no one will investigate. Xia Chu scoffed. She knew that no one could stop her brother's decision and could only glare angrily at the young girl. Miss, the young man turned to Lin Ruobai. My name is Xiaoan and this is my younger sister, Xia Chu. May I know your name? Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai pursed her lips and replied disapprovingly. Miss Lin, did you come to find your master alone? Where's your family? Lin Ruobai seemed to be annoyed at being questioned, so she replied impatiently, My father farms in the mountains. Her home was indeed in the mountains, but it was the spirit god mountain that countless people yearned for. Her father also farmed and fished in his spare time, so what she said was not wrong. So your home is in the mountains? The young man was a little disappointed. With the Xia family's background, he was destined to find someone of equal status. Even if he had a good impression of this lady, his parents would definitely not allow it. Xia Chu sneered and said sarcastically, Brother, I think we should teach her the rules of a rich family, so that she won't embarrass herself when she follows us into the Yi family. Chuer, shut up. Xiaoan's expression changed as he shouted harshly. He turned to look at Lin Ruobai and said with a smile, Miss, my sister is still young. Please don't take offense. Even if he couldn't marry Lin Ruobai, he didn't want this encounter to be anything but beautiful. After he found her master, he would send her away. Thinking of this, Xiaoan felt even more regretful. If this young lady had a good family background, he would definitely marry her. Lin Ruobai didn't fall for Xiaowen's trick. He snorted. Why do I feel like your sister is older than me? You, Xia Chu pointed at Lin Ruobai angrily, her face flushed red as she stomped her feet angrily. Brother, look at her. She's bullying me. Chapter 921. All right. Xiaowen returned to his senses and frowned. It's getting late. We should get going. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave this forest before sunset. It's too dangerous at night. After saying that, Xiaowen looked at Lin Ruobai strangely. He couldn't understand how she had survived in such a dangerous forest for so many days. The imperial city was bustling these few days. All the inns were packed. In order to congratulate Jun Fengling, people from all over the place had been sent there. Thus, the streets of the imperial city were densely packed with people as far as the eye could see. Just as everyone was anticipating, the Yi family's banquet finally began. The night was silent. The bright moon hung in the sky, making the streets seem especially cold and cheerless. At that moment, the Yi family's courtyard was bustling with activity compared to the cold streets. Yi Tian was very happy. He personally went out to welcome the guests and smiled at them. Miss Lin, this is the Yi family. Outside the Yi family's main gate, Xiaowen gazed at the grand entrance with eyes full of envy. Brother, look, the Yi family's door seems to be made of redwood trees. They're very expensive. And the stones used to pave the road, oh my god, they're made of precious stones. Xia Chu cried out in surprise. Her eyes seemed to be glowing with countless pieces of gold. Hearing her voice, everyone around her looked at her with disdain. Where did this country bumpkin come from? She was so uneducated. Before coming to the Yi family, Xia Chu had asked Xiaowen to educate Lin Ruobai so that she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of everyone. But now, Lin Ruobai seemed to be very knowledgeable. She didn't sigh at all. She was the one who had embarrassed herself. Xiaowen was a little embarrassed. Chu, can you learn from Miss Lin? Don't embarrass yourself here. Humph. Xia Chu snorted. Do you really think she's that calm? Don't forget, she's just someone from the mountains. She probably doesn't even know what these things are. Lin Ruobai glanced at Xia Chu, her eyes filled with disdain. Were these things very precious? It was just that the price was a little higher. Every brick and tile in her house was made of priceless satin. Even the trees in the house had the effect of gathering spiritual energy. To be honest, she was not interested in expensive trees. Chu, you came too. Suddenly, a joyful voice came from the side. Not long after, a neatly dressed young master walked up to Xia Chu with quick steps. Xiaowen's face darkened when he saw the young man walking towards him. He said coldly, "Stay away from my sister." Xiaowen. The young man raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xiaowen with his amorous eyes. I'm close to your sister. Do you have a problem with that? You. Xiaowen's expression changed. He turned to Xia Chu and said, Chu, I don't care who you're friends with, but this man is out of the question. He's a womanizer. He's not a good man. Xiaowen said in a disappointed tone. This young master already had dozens of concubines, and all of the women were basically thrown away after using them. If his younger sister was cheated away by him, she would definitely be wronged. None of your business. Xia Chu snorted. She was still angry at Xiaowen for helping Lin Ruobai. Chu, this young lady is. The young master's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Ruobai. It was as if he had found his prey. Xia Chu bit her lip. She's a servant of the Xia family. Chapter 922. So, she's just a servant girl. When he said the two words servant girl, he purposely dragged out his words and said with a smile, however, I never judge people based on their status. I also like servant girls. Since she was just a servant girl, he did not need to take responsibility. Lin Ruobai's eyes turned cold when she saw the man reach out his hand. She used all her strength to pinch the man's hand that was about to touch her face and gave it a hard squeeze. Thud. A crisp sound rang out in the middle of the bustling night. Then, a shrill scream pierced through the sky. In an instant, everyone stopped talking and looked in Lin Ruobai's direction. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for a good show. They never thought that someone would have the audacity to cause trouble in front of the Yi family's door. Xia Chu's expression changed as well. She had only wanted to say something to disgust Lin Ruobai. She did not expect this woman to be so hot-tempered and attack without any hesitation. Master He. Xia Chu stepped forward, trying to mediate the situation. After all, Lin Ruobai was carrying the Xia family's name. If she were to get into a fight with Master He, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Xia family. Get out of my way. Master He raised his hand and pushed Xia Chu aside. His handsome face was twisted as he glared at Lin Ruobai. You dare to attack me? He gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear this little girl into a million pieces. Xia Chu felt a little remorseful. She really hated Lin Ruobai. This fellow had almost crushed her into a meat patty and even caused her brother to teach her a lesson. However, this did not mean that she wanted to kill Lin Ruobai. Initially, she had only wanted Lin Ruobai to understand that her status was as different as heaven and earth. To the Xia family, she was only a servant girl. However, she never expected that this would happen. Brother. She stared anxiously at Xiaoan, her eyes filled with helplessness. Master He. Xiaoan's expression was ugly. Lady Lin is not the kind of woman to do things casually. If you had not tried to tease her, she would not have hurt you. Shut up. The man scoffed icily and glared icily at Xiaoan. You've opposed me time and time again. I've let you off for Chuer's sake. But I definitely won't let this little girl off today. If you insist on stopping me, I will send a messenger pigeon home right now and ask my He family to sever all ties with your Xia family. Xiaoan's face was ashen as he clenched his fists tightly. If they were to sever ties with the He clan, the Xia clan would suffer a disastrous loss. This was something he could not bear. Even though he had a good impression of Lin Ruobai, and he did not want the woman he liked to be raped by that beast, He Fei, he could not become a sinner of the Xia family. Young Master He, Xiaoan's face was pale. I hope you won't go overboard. After all, Miss Lin is still young. I beg you to spare her life, okay? Master He laughed. I didn't expect you, Xiaoan, to be so infatuated with her. You're begging me to spare her even under such circumstances. Don't worry, I just want to toy with her. I have no intention of killing her. Hearing this, Xiaoan felt relieved. He turned towards Lin Ruobai and said apologetically, Lady Lin, I'm very sorry. The Xia family is a large family with a large business. There are many people who depend on the Xia family to survive. I can't be selfish and betray my family. But don't worry, since he has agreed to spare your life will not be in danger. Once you've left him, come find me at the Xia family home. I will take care of your future. Chapter 923. Lin Ruobai raised her eyebrows. Take charge of my future life? How? Marry me? Xiaoan was a little embarrassed. No, I will take you as my concubine. Concubine? Lin Ruobai snorted. You don't even have the right to marry me. What right do you have to make me your concubine? Those who dared to say such things are all dead. Indeed, Lin Ruobai's status was higher than anyone else's. The Lord of Mount Spirit God was her father, and Yun Luofeng was her master. Who else would dare to say that they would take her as a concubine? Unfortunately, Xiaoan and the others did not know Lin Ruobai's identity. When they heard what she said, they were all stunned. You're just a servant. What else can you be other than a concubine? Do you want to be the principal wife? Master He laughed mockingly and approached Lin Ruobai again. Don't be too greedy. Greed doesn't end well. If you serve this young master well now, perhaps this young master will forgive the mistake you just made. Lin Ruobai frowned in disgust at the man's wretched aura. If you take another step forward, I'll cripple your legs. I'm already taking a step forward. What can you do to me? Master, he took a step forward and said disdainfully. He had relied on his talent to break through to the advanced high spiritualist at such a young age. Therefore, he did not take Lin Ruobai seriously at all. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ruobai's eyes. She swung the dagger in her hand and cut Master He's artery. Ah! Master He screamed. His face contorted as he roared angrily, Men, capture this damned girl. I've said it before. If you take another step forward, I'll cripple you. Lin Ruobai placed her hands on her hips. She looked arrogant and unruly. The commotion finally alerted the Yi family members in the courtyard. A moment later, a group of people walked out of the courtyard. What happened? Jun Fengling was dressed in red, looking valiant and formidable. She glanced coldly at the crowd and asked coldly. Young madam, sir, he gritted his teeth as he held his bleeding leg with his palm, this woman is a spy from another country. She had infiltrated the Xia family with the intention of assassinating you, young madam. I had unintentionally discovered her motive and pretended to flirt with her. As expected, she could not hold it in any longer and exposed herself. Hearing such a reversal of black and white, the onlookers were dumbfounded. However, they could not find any fault with it. After all, there was no evidence to prove that young Master He was lying. Xiaowen's expression changed unwittingly. Young Master He's words had implicated the Xia family. Mother. At this moment, a lazy voice came from behind the crowd. Why did you run out? There are many people here, so be careful not to hurt the child. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd parted to form a path. Suddenly, a young girl dressed in snow-white clothes slowly walked out from behind the crowd. Lin Ruobai had been in a daze ever since she heard Yun Luofeng's voice. After a while, she slowly raised her head and looked at the young girl who was walking towards her. Slowly, her large, bright eyes filled with tears. Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng stopped in his tracks and stared in shock at the familiar figure in front of him. What are you doing here? Chapter 924. Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng's words made everyone turn to look at Lin Ruobai, their eyes filled with curiosity. Then, Lin Ruobai's greeting answered everyone's questions, Master. The girl who had tears in her eyes suddenly threw herself at Yun Luofeng. Her soft body crashed into Yun Luofeng's embrace and she hugged him tightly. Master, I missed you, so I came to find you. You can't leave me alone again. Master? Like a bolt from the blue, everyone's mind was struck by lightning. Among them, the Xiaowen siblings had the most interesting expressions. They already knew that Lin Ruobai came here to find her master, but they never thought that her master would be the daughter-in-law of the Yi family's young madam. This is impossible. How could this country bumpkin be related to the Yi family? Xia Chu covered her mouth in shock to stop herself from screaming. Her face was pale, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. This girl, whom she called a servant, was Yun Luofeng's disciple. Ridiculous, I thought she would be rude and embarrass the Xia family here. Who knew, in the blink of an eye, she would become the disciple of the Yi family's daughter-in-law. Xiaowen's emotions were more complicated. He was pleasantly surprised, ashamed and regretful. If he had known that Lin Ruobai was Yun Luofeng's disciple, he would have arranged a marriage with her along the way. To avoid losing this opportunity, the ridiculous thing was, just now, Xiaowen had pushed Lin Ruobai away in order to not ruin his relationship with the He family. No matter how strong the He family was, they could not be compared to the Yi family. He had really thrown away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Feng, do you know this girl? Jun Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise and asked. Yun Luofeng nodded. She is the disciple I mentioned in the Roaring Dragon continent. I don't know why she came to find me recently. The daughter-in-law of the Yi family's young madam came from the Roaring Dragon continent. This was no secret in the Tianyun nation. Therefore, after hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Master He. Master He's initial shock had already turned into fear, his eyes wide open in panic. Didn't Xia Chu say that this woman was the Xia family servant? Fuck your servant. What virtue or ability does the Xia family have to allow Yun Luofeng's disciple to become your family servant? Thinking of this, young Master He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He dragged his injured leg and tried to escape from this place. However, Yun Luofeng's gaze had already shot over. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Mother, what happened just now? Did someone bully my disciple?" Jun Fengling smiled. "This person claims that your disciple is a spy sent by the enemy country to harm me. He was injured by her because he wanted to test your disciple." Upon hearing Jun Fengling's words, young Master He shuddered and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, there were others who informed Yun Luofeng of what had just happened. "Xiao Bai, this is your fault." Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and turned towards Lin Ruobai. "How could you break his tendons without saying a word?" Yun Luofeng's words startled everyone present. Could it be that this girl did not intend to avenge her disciple? Instead, he wanted to teach his disciple to be kind? A look of surprise flashed across young Master He's eyes. It seemed that Yun Luofeng was not as vicious as the rumors said. His life was saved, unexpectedly. Yun Luofeng's next words finally caused him to stagger and fall to the ground with a thud. Chapter 925. You shouldn't have let go of his other leg, and his two hands as well. Oh right, your tongue needs to be cut off to prevent him from framing you. Yun Luofeng shook his head and sighed. You're still too kind. What have I taught you? Lin Ruobai stuck out his tongue and said mischievously, You're right, master. Your disciple will remember. At that moment, Master He's face was already pale. He cried out in panic, No, you can't do this to me. Even the Yi family can't be so unreasonable. Yun Luofeng walked slowly toward Master He and stomped down hard. Unreasonable? In this world, only the fist is the real reason. If Xiao Bai was just an ordinary girl with no power or influence, would you be reasonable enough to let her go? Master He felt a chill in his heart and closed his eyes. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. All these years, you've defiled many women, haven't you? Yes. All these years, he had indeed defiled many women. As long as someone resisted him, he would exterminate their entire clan and kidnap their wives and daughters. After he was tired of them, he would leave them to their own devices. Could it be that karma had come because he had done too many evil things? Mother. Yun Luofeng looked at Jun Fengling with a smile. Look at what this man did to Xiao Bai. You can tell that he's a sinner. I don't think there's a need to let such a scourge live. But I don't want to ruin the atmosphere tonight, so I'll have someone lock him up and deal with him tomorrow. You can make the decision on this matter. Jun Fengling smiled. No matter what Yun Luofeng did, she would not object. Besides, this man deserved to die. Xiao Bai, let's go. Yun Luofeng glanced at the paralyzed Master He on the ground and ordered someone to take him away. Then, he let Lin Ruobai follow her into the Yi family courtyard. Xiaowen stared blankly in the direction that Lin Ruobai had gone, his eyes dazed. Brother. Xia Chu bit her lip. I didn't think that the master she was looking for was Yun Luofeng. It's impossible between you and Lin Ruobai. Even without what happened earlier, it was impossible between them. Lin Ruobai's status was so high that they couldn't reach him. Xiaowen lowered his head, his eyes filled with regret. He clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and said, Sure, let's go in. At a time like this, he really wanted to turn around and leave. However, he had not completed the task given to him by the Xia family, so he could not give up halfway. Dim candlelight enveloped the banquet hall of the Yi clan, making it appear low-key yet luxurious. Everyone stepped forward to congratulate him, as if nothing had happened at all. However, when they saw the Xia siblings walk into the banquet hall, their faces revealed looks of disdain. If they were the ones who had lost face, they would definitely turn around and leave. They would never continue to make a fool of themselves. Who knew that in order to establish a relationship with the Yi family, they walked in so shamelessly? Haha. Am I late? Suddenly, a hearty voice cut through the night and came from outside the banquet hall. After a while, Jian Qingguan strode in with a smile on his handsome face. General Jian, you've arrived? Yi Tian smiled as he approached Jian Qingguan, his tone courteous. I've brought His Imperial Majesty's edict with me, but there's no need to read it. It's just a few gifts. His Imperial Majesty's gifts this time are for little Luo Feng and the rest are for the young madam. Chapter 926. I'll have to trouble General Jian to thank His Majesty on my behalf. Yi Tian cupped his fists. In the past, he still needed to express his gratitude. Now that he had broken through to the intermediate stage of Holy Spirit realm, a simple thank you was enough. This was the benefit of strength in this world. Someone, prepare a seat for General Jian. Then, Yi Tian turned to General Jian again and smiled. The general invites you in. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just sit next to Xiao Luofeng. General Jian laughed and walked quickly to Yun Luofeng. Xiao Luofeng, your Aunt Shui has been feeling unwell recently and can't come. She asked me to tell you that you can visit the palace if you're free. At this moment, all the guests had taken their seats. Jian Qingguan did not say anything else and sat next to Yun Luofeng. However, when Jian Qingguan sat down, Yun Xiao glanced coldly at Lin Ruobai, who was sitting next to Yun Luofeng. Lin Ruobai did not understand what he meant at first. After a long while, she reacted and rushed to sit next to Jian Qingguan. She looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile. Master, you don't mind if I take your seat, do you? Grandmaster was such a jealous person. This general was clearly an old man and treated Master like an uncle, but he was unwilling to let him sit next to Master. He even pushed himself out to be a shield. Yun Luofeng raised his brows slightly and looked at Lin Ruobai with a half-smile. Then, he turned to Yun Xiao. Sit on my lap. Yun Xiao's magnetic voice sounded slowly. Yun Xiao, are you doing this on purpose? She narrowed her eyes and a dangerous light flashed across them. Yes. Yun Xiao was an honest man and admitted it without hesitation. Uncle Jian is an old friend of my father's. That won't do. Yun Xiao hugged Yun Luofeng's waist domineeringly. As long as it's a man, it won't do. Yun Luofeng was helpless. This guy was always so petty, but unfortunately, she liked this kind of character of his. Seeing that Yun Luofeng no longer rejected her, Yun Xiao carried her and sat her on his lap. He picked up the grape from the bowl beside him and carefully peeled the skin for her. Then, he used his spiritual energy to remove the grape seeds before placing it by her lips. Be careful, don't choke. His movements were very careful, as if he was really worried that Yun Luofeng would choke on the grapes. Tsk tisk, Jian Qingguan said with a smile, young people nowadays are completely different from our generation in the past. Their public display of affection makes others envious. Sure enough, all the women in the hall were looking at Yun Luofeng with envy and jealousy. But no one dared to have any improper thoughts towards Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's method of punishing Yi Xiaoya scared a lot of women, so no one dared to offend her anymore. There were also some married women looking at the men beside them with hidden bitterness. Why was it that their men could not compare to Yun Xiao in terms of strength, appearance, and status? Why was it that they could not compare to Yun Xiao in terms of gentleness? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from the night, and it caused the entire Yi clan's courtyard to tremble. Yi Tian abruptly stood up. His vigilant eyes were like two swords that shot towards the moonlit sky. Under his gaze, two white-robed elders slowly revealed themselves and looked down at the crowd below. It's the envoy from Azure Flight Country. Yi Tian's expression was exceptionally ugly, and his face was ashen. Chapter 927. Among all the countries in the mainland, Heavenly Cloud Nation is ranked the lowest because they only have 2 Holy Spirit Masters. Even the most powerful Holy Spirit Master is only an intermediate Holy Spirit Master. They can't be compared to those countries that have high-level Holy Spirit Masters. Therefore, all the countries in the mainland look down on Heavenly Cloud Nation. But now, why is the Lanxiang Nation here? His Majesty heard that Yi family head of Heavenly Cloud Nation has broken through to the intermediate Holy Spirit Master, so he sent me to congratulate Lord Yi. The messenger smiled and said sarcastically, unfortunately, your Heavenly Cloud Nation only has 2 Holy Spirit Masters, including you. This number is the lowest among all the nations on the continent. Even if you reach the intermediate level, you can't change this fact. Yi Tian's eyes darkened and he said coldly, are you here to congratulate me or to make trouble? Of course I'm here to congratulate you. The envoy smiled, if I'm here to make trouble, I won't talk to you so politely. What's more, Yi family head is a Holy Spirit Master, he is not his opponent. Today, he just came to disgust him, moreover, this time His Majesty asked me to bring a gift. The envoy waved his hand. In an instant, a few people walked out from behind him, carrying a few boxes. They slowly landed on the ground and put down the boxes. I heard that Heavenly Cloud Nation is barren, so His Majesty asked me to bring these treasures to Lord Yi. Heavenly Cloud Nation is indeed not as prosperous as Lanxiang Nation. However, which country doesn't have treasures? Now that Lanxiang Nation sent a gift of money and jewelry, this is equivalent to insulting Heavenly Cloud Nation. Our Heavenly Cloud Nation is very rich, we don't lack these things, take them back. Yi Tian's face was livid and he clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for Lanxiang Nation's power, he would have beaten this envoy up. How can we take back what we have given? Lord Yi, you don't have to thank His Majesty too much. The envoy raised his eyebrows. In addition, I have long heard that Yi family's young madam is infertile. Your Heavenly Cloud Nation's doctors can't cure her, they are really useless. This kind of infertility can be cured by any third-rate doctor in our Lanxiang Nation. If you ask, I will definitely let your daughter-in-law go to Lanxiang Nation to get treated. It would take several months for the news of Jun Fengling's pregnancy to reach Lanxiang country, and before this envoy left Lanxiang country, he had yet to receive this news. Coupled with the fact that he had been flying through the air without stopping at all, it was impossible for him to obtain this information from the streets. It was no wonder that he did not know that Jun Fengling was pregnant. As for the banquet hosted by the Yi family, he, on the other hand, thought that it was a celebration for Old Man Ye's breakthrough. He. Old Man Yi laughed sarcastically. Your news is outdated. My daughter-in-law is already pregnant. Tonight, the people of Heavenly Cloud Nation are celebrating for her. What? The emissary was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and sized up Jun Fengling. This woman is pregnant? Wasn't there news that the young madam of the Yi family was infertile? How could these doctors in Heavenly Cloud Nation cure her? It seems that young madam is not pregnant. It's not that there's something wrong with her body, it's just that the time isn't right. The emissary smiled and said arrogantly. If Jun Fengling was pregnant, it proved that there was nothing wrong with her body. It was just that the time was not right. Anyway, he would never admit that there were doctors in Heavenly Cloud Nation who could cure her illness. Chapter 928. In the face of the messenger's mockery, Yi Tian's face turned livid. His tightly clenched fists kept trembling. He had never suffered so much in his life. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. Everyone saw Jun Fengling walk over slowly. She was dressed in red and looked valiant. It seems that this is the quality of the Lanxiang Nation's messengers. Like a group of frogs at the bottom of a well, anything you don't believe is false. How dare you? The messenger's face darkened. I'm talking to Yi Tian. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt? This time, before Jun Fengling could speak, Yi Jingshan hurriedly stepped forward and protected Jun Fengling behind him. She is my wife and the future mistress of the Yi family. Do you think she doesn't even have the right to talk to you? The messenger looked at Yi Jingshan coldly. Not only does she not have the right to talk to me, even you don't. Among everyone here, only Genius Yi has the right. His face was full of arrogance. He didn't put the two people in front of him in his eyes. Brother Yi, Jun Fengling walked out from behind Yi Jingshan. She held his hand and smiled at him. She then looked at the messenger. As far as I know, you're just an advanced celestial spirit warrior. An advanced celestial spirit warrior was neither low nor high in this mainland. But the reason why the messenger was so arrogant was because he came from Lanxiang Nation. For example, in Tianyun Nation, a second-class forces master wouldn't dare to offend a servant of the Yi family. This was like having a big tree to rely on. The messenger's eyes darkened. What do you want to say? What I mean is very simple. My father-in-law is one of the strongest people on this mainland. You're just a celestial spirit warrior. Do you think you're qualified to talk to him? June Fengling raised her eyebrows. Her tone was arrogant and haughty. Just now, the messenger said that she wasn't qualified to talk to him. In the end, she returned the same words to him in an instant. Sure enough, after hearing this, the messenger's face turned ugly. His eyes were filled with anger. June Fengling, how dare you? I'm the messenger of Lanxiang Nation. How dare you be so rude to me? He was furious and gritted his teeth. TSK. Jian Shengwen finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered and walked out, a disdainful smile on his handsome face. The emissary from Lanxiang Nation is truly impressive. You came to my residence as a guest, yet you are so tyrannical. Don't forget, the countries of the continent have long ago stipulated that two forces cannot fight in private. Within the continent of no return, there were some countries that had a huge gap in strength, but they were not annexed. That was because the countries had already made their own rules. If one of the countries was angered by the heavens and the people, they could let the other countries vote on it. If a large number of people voted for the disappearance of that country, they would send experts from each country to conquer it. On the other hand, no one was allowed to act on their own. If a country acted on its own, it would be attacked by all the other countries. Therefore, in this turbulent limitless continent, the relationship between the countries was very peaceful. They all guarded their own land without any disputes. The envoy sneered, General Jian, have you ever seen me attack your heavenly cloud nation's people? I'm just here to deliver the gift. I have no other intentions. He didn't even make a move. He was just mocking him. Besides, Yi Tian wasn't the only one in the Yi family, there were also many venerable spiritualists. How could he dare to make a move here? Chapter 929. Of course, he also believes that no one in the Yi family would dare to hurt him. Even a woman with a wild temper like June Fengling wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him as the envoy from Lanxiang country. This was the reason why he dared to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he had missed out on one person, a person with an even bigger temper than June Fengling. Bang! Just as the envoy was about to speak out in ridicule, a foot suddenly came from behind and fiercely kicked his head. With a shio sound, his body flew out and crashed into the crowd. The guards that the envoy from Lanxiang country had brought along were all dumbfounded. After a while, they regained their senses and hurriedly surrounded the girl dressed in white under the moonlight. You! The envoy propped himself up. His hair was disheveled and draped over his back. His expression was malevolent. How dare you? You actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Men, capture this woman. Hua! The guards had just pulled out their weapons and were about to attack Yun Luofeng when they felt a cold and grim aura coming from behind them. By the time they had reacted, that aura had swept over and sent all the guards' bodies flying to the ground. Under the night sky, that black robe seemed to blend into the night. Even so, it was unable to conceal the man's handsome and grim features. He silently stood by the girl dressed in white like a loyal guard, protecting the person that he had spent his entire life protecting. When those people saw the man's grim gaze, they all felt a chill run down their spines and didn't dare to look at him. The girl dressed in white moved again. Without any warning, she appeared in front of the envoy. Her right foot suddenly stomped on his chest, sending his body flying out in an instant. Yi Tian. The envoy pressed his aching chest and roared angrily, your Yi family members have the guts to dare to launch a sneak attack on me, the envoy from Lanxiang country. I order you to capture these two people. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Yi Tian turned his head and pretended not to hear what he had said. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw Yun Luofeng casually fling his hand and a silver needle pierced into his body. Ah! At this moment, his body felt as if it was riddled with holes. It was so painful that he cried out mournfully and his entire body trembled in pain. Good. Very good, you seem to have forgotten the rules between countries. I will immediately go back and report to His Majesty and apply for a ruling on the Heavenly Cloud Nation. Originally, the emissary thought that his words would make Yun Luofeng panic. Who knew that she would still have a lazy and satisfied smile on her face? The corners of her lips curled up in a devilish manner. Which one of you can prove that I attacked you first? Yun Luofeng spread his hands. You clearly saw that I was easy to bully, so you challenged me. I didn't agree, but you still attacked me. I was just protecting myself. Looking at the young girl's shameless face, the emissary was enraged. How could she lie with such a straight face? When did I challenge her? And when did he attack her first? How could she say such things that inverted black and white? The people present had long been displeased with this envoy. When they heard this, they all cooperated with him. That's right, you challenged Miss Yun first. We can all testify that Miss Yun is innocent. Aren't you trying to bully Lady Yun because she's a junior? Who knew that the other party is not a soft persimmon that you can knead? TSK, the envoy from Lanxiang country is really shameless. It was obviously you who bullied a junior, but in the end, you can still say such words that invert black and white. Chapter 930. The messenger almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who was the shameless one? Who was the one distorting the truth? He trembled all over and pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. No matter what you said is true or false, these silver needles in my body really exist. With such a cruel method, you will definitely be hunted down by all the countries. The messenger felt these silver needles moving in his body, and the pain made him break out in cold sweat. His face was also very pale. Silver needles? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. What's silver needles? How come I don't know? Such an obvious thing, this woman actually refused to admit it? The messenger gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I will find a doctor to test it. At that time, no matter how much you say, it won't save you. If you want to leave, I don't mind sending you out. Yun Luofeng laughed evilly. In a flash, she appeared behind the emissary. She kicked the emissary's buttocks. Immediately, the emissary's body flew into the air, and with a swoosh, he rushed out the door. Then, everyone heard a loud collision sound. Looking at this scene, the people of Heavenly Cloud Nation felt very happy. Weren't you arrogant just now, looking down on our Heavenly Cloud Nation? Now you have lost face, right? It was time to teach these arrogant people a lesson. Feng, I also saw you insert the silver needles into his body. Is there any problem? After seeing the people of Lanxiang Nation leave, Yi Jingchen looked at Yun Luofeng worriedly. Of course, he was not worried about the messenger. He was worried about whether Yun Luofeng would be found out, so that Yun Luofeng would be at the heart of the struggle. Facing Yi Jingchen's worry, Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. I naturally have a sense of propriety. Those silver needles are condensed by my spiritual power. Every day and night they bring pain to him, but no one can find out the cause of the disease. Sure enough, after leaving Heavenly Cloud Nation, the messenger found countless doctors to diagnose his body, but the result was that everything was normal. Therefore, he was unable to voice out his bitterness and could only forcefully endure the grievances that he had suffered today, perhaps because the people of Lanxiang Nation came to disturb, causing everyone to lose their previous interest. After Yun Luofeng bid farewell to Jun Fengling and his wife, he walked to the backyard with Yun Xiao. When Lin Ruobai saw Yun Luofeng leave, he also hurriedly chased after him. It was not easy for her to see her master again. She must not be left behind, brother, they're gone. Xia Chu watched as Yun Luofeng and the others walked away. She bit her lip. Should we follow them? Xiaowen nodded. Miss Yun is very important to the Yi family. If we can get her help, the Yi family will definitely soar. No matter what, I can't give up this opportunity. For a person to be shameless to this extent, it could be considered a kind of realm. They had just bullied Lin Ruobai, and now they wanted her master's help. Was that even possible? Unfortunately, Xiaowen and his sister did not think too much and hurried to catch up. The night was silent. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walked side by side on a small path in the backyard. From afar, the two figures standing side by side were like a beautiful mural, so beautiful that it made people fall into a trance. At this time, two figures suddenly flashed out from the side, blocking in front of Yun Luofeng and his companion, forcing them to stop. Chapter 931. Lady Yun, Xiaowen smiled shyly. I am Lady Lin's friend. I heard that she had come here to find her master. I had wanted to help her, but who would have thought that Lady Yun would be her master? Lin Ruobai had been silently following behind Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, admiring the sight of this peerless couple. She never thought that the atmosphere that she could not bear to ruin would be ruined by this bastard, Xiaowen. She was instantly enraged. Before she could curse in anger, the young girl's languid voice slowly rang out under the night sky. What do you want? Just say it. Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Lady Yun, it's like this. The Xia family deals in medicinal herbs. We've heard that the Ye family has opened a medicinal herb trading firm and we would like to sell it to you. Is that possible? Where are your medicinal herbs? Yun Luofeng frowned and asked. Xiaowen's heart leaped with joy and he quickly pulled out the medicinal herbs from his robes and respectfully presented them to Yun Luofeng. Lady Yun, these are the medicinal herbs produced by the Xia family. Yun Luofeng calmly glanced at the medicinal herbs in Xiaowen's hands but did not take them. Her beautiful face glowed faintly under the moonlight. The Ye family's medicinal herbs trading firm has very high standards for the quality of their medicinal herbs. Your medicinal herbs are too inferior, we don't need them. Xiaowen panicked and quickly turned towards Lin Ruobai. Lady Lin, on account of the fact that I've brought you to the Ye family home and allowed you to meet your master, could you please plead on my behalf? Lin Ruobai looked at him with disdain and smiled icily. It was on account of the fact that you've brought me to my master's side that I did not ask my master to chase you out of the Ye family home. Now, you still want to use shoddy medicinal herbs of such inferior quality? Every time she thought about how this bastard had ruined the beautiful image of her master and master together, her heart filled with anger. Lady Lin, my medicinal herbs may not be of good quality but they can still cure illnesses and save lives. Is it so difficult to plead on my behalf? This is my decision. No matter who you ask to plead on my behalf, it's useless. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and shot Xiaowen a devilish look. Even if Xiao Bai pleads on your behalf, I will never agree to your unreasonable request. Miss Yun. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was about to leave, Xiaowen anxiously tried to pull her back. Who would have thought that before his hand could even touch the girl's sleeve, a powerful force would suddenly attack him from the side, causing his body to be sent flying. Poochie. Xiaowen coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Brother. Xia Chu's little face turned pale. He quickly ran to Xiaowen's side and sobbed, they will never agree to use our herbs. So, brother, let's go back. The people in the clan make it sound so easy. If they have the ability, let them complete this impossible task. Xiaowen coughed twice and scrambled to his feet. Do you know how awkward our position in the clan is? If I don't get help from the Yi family, I can't go back. Even if he went back, he would only face those people's mockery and ridicule, unless he could bring back a channel to cooperate with the Yi family. Leave this matter to me. Yin Xiao said in a deep voice. His voice was magnetic, deep and pleasant to listen to. All right. Yun Luofeng did not ask him how he wanted to resolve this matter. Regardless of what happened to the Xia siblings, it had nothing to do with her. Chapter 932. The next day. Dawn. As soon as Yun Luofeng opened his eyes, he met a pair of warm eyes. The man was handsome and cold, but only towards her. Just now, he was full of affection. You're awake? Yin Xiao wrapped his arms around the girl's waist. I have something to tell you. I might have to leave for a while. Wait for me at the Yi residence, I'll be back soon. In the Yi residence, she would be very safe with Jun Fengling's protection. This was also the reason why Yun Xiao could leave at ease. You're not waiting for old master and the rest? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked. Yun Xiao paused. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back before they arrive. If I don't return to your side in a short time, you don't have to worry about me. Yun Xiao, what are you going to do? Yun Luofeng frowned slightly, his devilish eyes filled with worry. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment. Bai Su is a scourge. I can't be at ease if I don't get rid of him. Wait for me at the Yi residence, I'll be back soon. Okay. She would never stop him from doing anything. This was because she had given him complete trust. I'll give you a month. If you don't come back in a month, I'll look for you. Yun Luofeng raised his brows, his dark eyes filled with determination. Even if she did not know where Yun Xiao was, she would search the entire mainland for him. Yun Xiao took one last look at Yun Luofeng. His eyes were filled with reluctance, but he still turned and left. Dressed in a cold black robe, he disappeared in front of her in the blink of an eye, making her feel very melancholic. Creak. The door was pushed open by a hand. Jun Fengling, dressed in red, appeared in the room. She looked at Yun Luofeng and asked with a sigh, has Xiao left? Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. He has some matters to attend to, so he's temporarily away. Jun Fengling seemed to sense Yun Luofeng's worry. She walked forward slowly and stroked his back with her slender hands. She smiled and said, you don't have to worry too much. Xiao knows what he's doing. He'll definitely come back to see you safely. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else as he stared intently in the direction that Yun Xiao had left in. A strange light flashed across his eyes. Yun Xiao, I'll give you a month's time. If you don't come back to see me after a month, I'll go to the ends of the earth to find you. Perhaps it was because he had too much faith in Yun Xiao's strength, but Yun Luofeng had thought that he would return after a few days. He never expected that he would wait for more than half a month without any news, and even Qin Yuan had disappeared without a word. Vaguely, a sense of uneasiness rose from the bottom of her heart. As the days passed, that uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. However, amidst this uneasiness, there was a piece of rather good news. That was the old man and the others had finally arrived at the Yi family. After hearing this news, Yun Luofeng hurriedly rushed to the city gate. Gazing at the familiar faces, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The old man was still in high spirits and his face was glowing. It was obvious that he had been living a good life during this period. Second uncle and Ning Xian stood side by side beside him. After not seeing each other for almost a year, Yun Xingya's temperament had become colder and more unique. She was dressed in a crescent-colored robe and looked like an immortal under the moon. She was otherworldly and beautiful. Ning Xian accompanied her like a little bird, but the moment she saw Yun Luofeng, a smile appeared on her delicate face, and the curve of her lips gradually widened. Xiao Feng, long time no see, it had been a year since they parted that day. During this year, the Yun family was still the same. Nothing had changed. And the arrival of these old friends also allowed Yun Luofeng's tense emotions to relax. Chapter 933. Master. Yi Ling strode forward and half-knelt in front of Yun Luofeng. She said respectfully, this subordinate has led the Steel Legion to follow Master. From now on, we will fight with Master on the battlefield. Miss, Qin Yen smiled and took 2 steps forward. This servant has also brought the Flame Legion. How can you not have us fighting for you? At this moment, all the members of the Steel Flame Legion knelt down and their loud voices rang through the streets of the Imperial City. This subordinate is willing to follow Master into endless battles and never abandon you until death. Ever since Yun Luofeng had trained them, who were trash, to become so powerful, they had decided to fight for her for the rest of their lives and never retreat. If it were not for her, they would still be living in humiliation. It was she who had given them dignity and the status they had today. For her, even if they died on the battlefield, it would be their glory. June Fengling looked at the army members kneeling on the ground in shock. Her seductive phoenix eyes were filled with shock. Indeed, many people would die for their masters, but no one would regard death as glory. However, she could see from their faces that even if they died on the battlefield for Yun Luofeng, they would still feel honored. This lass. How did she manage to cultivate such a group of loyal subordinates? It seems that you have not slacked off in your training and have made good progress. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and looked at the army members. A light flashed in his eyes. Yi Ling, you've broken through to the low-level celestial spirit warrior? Yi Ling rubbed her head and smiled. I was lucky. I had an opportunity and luckily broke through to the celestial spirit warrior rank. Not bad, keep it up. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and swept his domineering gaze across everyone. Since you're all here, from now on, continue to listen to my orders. As long as you can endure the hardships, I can also promise you a bright future in the Wuhui mainland. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and their breathing quickened. Then, the young girl's excited voice slowly rang out. Back then, in the Roaring Dragon mainland, the Yin family was also weak and could be bullied by anyone. But now, who dares to offend the Yin family? Indeed, the Yin family used to be so weak that anyone could step on them. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng's sudden appearance, the Yin family wouldn't have become such an enormous existence that no one dared to provoke. And all of this cannot go unnoticed. Hearing this, everyone became even more excited. Master was saying that they had contributed to the Yin family's strength? To a loyal subordinate, no matter how precious a reward was, it was not as important as a word of recognition. At this moment, the young girl's inciting voice rang out again. However, conquering the Roaring Dragon continent is far from enough. I want to stand at the top of the world. Are you willing to stand at the peak with me and look down on life? I'm willing. The impassioned voice shook the heavens. They believed that as long as they followed Yun Luofeng, one day, everyone would become unstoppable. Good, very good. Right now, the Heavenly Cloud Nation is the weakest place in the continent. Once you've recovered your energy, follow me to conquer this continent. In the past, Yun Luofeng didn't want to meddle in other people's business. So what if Heavenly Cloud Nation was the weakest nation? What did it have to do with her? However, the Lanxiang nation had offended her. She believed that if she didn't prepare in advance, she would definitely suffer the revenge of the Lanxiang nation in the future. So, it was better to find an opportunity to strike first. Chapter 934. Master, we are willing to follow you to conquer the Wuhui continent. Yes. Their goal was not a small country, but the entire continent. But the only person in the world who could say such words was Yun Luofeng. This young girl was arrogant. If the heavens offended her, she would go against the heavens. Not to mention this continent. June Fengling finally understood why she had so many loyal subordinates. It was because every word this girl said could easily affect the emotions of others. It also made people believe in her unconditionally. Thinking of this, she looked at the girl standing in the crowd. She saw the girl in a snow-white dress with peerless elegance. Her eyebrows seemed to have a disdainful attitude, and her body standing under the breeze was arrogant and domineering. She would turn into a dragon in the face of wind and clouds. Such a woman would eventually become a powerful dragon that roamed the sky. June Fengling felt a little lucky, glad that her son could find Yun Luofeng in the vast sea of people, and get her favor. Where's my in-laws? The old man's eyes widened as he looked around. When he received the message, he knew of the existence of Yun Zhao's mother. At this time, the first person he wanted to see was his in-laws, old Master Yun. June Fengling smiled and stepped forward. I'm Zhao's mother. I should thank you for cultivating such an excellent granddaughter. That's why I have such a perfect daughter-in-law. Of course, the old man's tail was about to rise to the sky. My granddaughter is naturally the best girl. Of course, the premise was that he had a tail. As if sensing Yun Luofeng's gaze, the old man hurriedly coughed twice and put away the pride on his face. Actually, I liked Yun Zhao at first sight. I've long wanted to matchmake the two of them. In-laws, now that I've met you, hurry up and arrange their marriage so that I don't have to worry about them all the time. By the way, where's Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng's eyebrows gradually sank. He sighed and said, Yun Xiao has left. It'll probably be some time before she comes back. We'll arrange the marriage when she comes back. I see. The old man was a little depressed. Then wait for a while before getting married. You can't delay it any longer. Yun Xiao will arrange the marriage as soon as she comes back. That would be best. Jun Fengling and Old Master Jun hit it off and smiled happily. Xiao also said that the wedding will be held immediately after you arrive. Now that both families have gathered, it's time for them to get married. Jun Fengling smiled and walked to Old Master Ye's side. If that's the case, then we're a family from now on. Old Master Yi can treat the Yi family as your own home. Don't stand on ceremony. Then, these two people who were looking forward to their children's marriage began to discuss the marriage as if there was no one else around. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the azure sky. There was worry in his eyes. Yun Xiao, when exactly are you coming back? After the old master and Jun Fengling agreed, they followed the Yi family back to the Yi family. What Yun Luofeng didn't expect was that the old man would hit it off with the Yi family's old antique, Yi Tian. Immediately, the two of them became tea buddies, meeting guests with tea every day, as if they regretted not having met earlier. Thus, Yun Luofeng suffered a tragedy. The spiritual tea in his space ring was basically used up. Especially Yi Tian. Compared to the stingy old Master Yi, he was much more forthright. He actually used spiritual tea to entertain guests. As a result, people came to the Yi family every day to freeload. Even the emperor visited several times, just to have a sip of spiritual tea. Chapter 935. It was night. The moonlight was like water. After Yun Luofeng returned to his room, he closed the door and used his soul to summon fire over. After a while, the sleepy fire pushed open the door and entered. His cute big eyes were filled with fatigue. Master, what happened, fire? Yun Luofeng's face was solemn. We are leaving the Yi family tonight. Huh? Fire was startled for a moment, then looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. Master, you want to leave? That's right, I've been feeling more and more uneasy recently. I keep having the feeling that something will happen to Yun Xiao. Therefore, I must leave the Yi family. Her appointment with Yun Xiao in a month had not yet arrived, but she could no longer wait. No matter what, she had to go out and find him. Master, are you planning to run away from home? You're not going to tell Yi Jingshen and the others? If they knew, they would definitely not let me leave. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. Therefore, I plan to leave a letter. All right. Fire's expression became solemn. No matter where you go, I will follow you. Then let's set off immediately. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed his eyes. Yun Xiao, you must wait for me. I will find you at the ends of the earth. However, Master, this continent is so big, do you know where to find him? Fire blinked his eyes and asked curiously. Yun Luofeng shook his head. I don't know, but I believe that if I follow my senses, I will always find him. Even if I can't find him, I will continue to search. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will not give up. Seeing that Yun Luofeng had made up his mind, Fire did not say anything more. She silently walked to Yun Luofeng's side and raised her head to look at the young girl's beautiful and determined face. Master, let's go. Yun Luofeng had already placed his luggage into his spatial ring. This time, they did not need to prepare anything and directly left. After taking one last look at the Yi family's mansion, Yun Luofeng turned around and walked into the misty night. The next day, a painful cry spread throughout the entire Yi family's courtyard, startling everyone and hurriedly rushing into Yun Luofeng's room. At this moment, in the room, Lin Ruobai was holding a letter in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Master, you promised me that you would never abandon me again, but now you've forgotten about me. Even if you're going to leave, you have to take me with you. Lin Ruobai looked as if he had been greatly wronged, and tears streamed down his face continuously. June Fengling was shocked and quickly took the letter from Lin Ruobai's hand. When she saw the contents of the letter, she couldn't help but sigh. Juner, did Fenger say where she went? Yi Jingchen asked worriedly. June Fengling smiled bitterly. She went to look for Miss Xiao and told us not to worry about her. She'll be back soon. Juner, Yi Jingchen patted June Fengling's back and comforted him. I sent someone to take a look just now, and Fire is not there either. Although Fire is usually timid and does not like to interact with others, she is very strong. With her protection, Fenger will not be in danger, so don't worry. No. June Fengling shook his head. I'm worried. Brother Yi, send someone to look for them. These two people, one was more worrisome than the other, all right. Yi Jingchen's eyes were filled with gentleness. I'll immediately give the order for everyone to look for them. You go back and rest first. I'll take care of things here. Chapter 936. Mystic Sound Valley. White mist lingered in the air and an ethereal aura filled the air. A group of maids dressed in white gracefully walked into the pavilion and placed the platters of fruits on the stone table. In the pavilion, the white-robed man turned to look at the beautiful woman sitting next to him. He raised the corners of his lips and said, the ancestors of Mystic Sound Valley had once predicted that a man would appear on Mystic Sound Mountain today. This man would become the person who controls the mainland in the future. They told us that we must please him. So, for the sake of Mystic Sound Valley, I'm going to let you sacrifice your body. The beautiful woman was stunned. A dim light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Father, that young master is currently unconscious. What should I do? The man smiled. Since the ancestors had predicted this man will wake up sooner or later. If he remains unconscious, how can he control the world? Besides, I plan to let you get married first. Once the rice is cooked, that man won't be able to reject you when he wakes up. For the sake of the entire Mystic Sound Valley, so what if he sacrificed one daughter? To him, nothing was more important than his own interests. Yes, I understand. Han Yu raised her beautiful face with a determined look on her face. If she could revive Mystic Sound Valley, so what if she had to marry a stranger? Besides, not only was this man handsome, he also had great potential. She would not be buried. However, father, Han Yu's eyes shifted and she asked, this young master is unconscious and I don't know if he's already married. If he has a wife, do you want me to be his concubine? The man looked at Han Yu and smiled calmly. I'm not sure if this man has a fiancée. However, I can tell that he's still a virgin. If you become his first woman, would he treat you badly? Han Yu relaxed when she heard this. She smiled and stood up from the pavilion. Father, I'm going back to my room to rest. After she finished speaking, she turned around and slowly walked towards the direction of the rear courtyard. The man looked in the direction she had gone, and his lips curled into a smile. Han Yu did not go back to her room to rest. Instead, she walked into a luxurious room. A man lay quietly on the large bed in the room. The man's brows furrowed as if he was enduring some kind of pain. Even so, it couldn't hide his domineering aura. This man, even though he was suffering pain, he did not lose his kingly aura. It was so powerful that her heart started to beat faster. Han Yu slowed down and walked toward the man. I really don't know what you've encountered to become like this. Even the doctors of our profound Sound Valley cannot diagnose your illness. She smiled. That smile was extremely gentle. Her slender hand gently caressed the man's face. But don't worry, I will definitely find a way to wake you up. A person like you should not remain unconscious for the rest of your life. Her hand was about to land on the man's handsome face. At that moment, a loud bang was heard. A powerful spiritual energy came from the man's body and instantly sent Han Yu flying. Puchi. Han Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. She raised her head in shock. She had thought that the man had woken up, but she realized that he was still lying on the bed without moving. Why is it like this? Chapter 937. This man, even though he was unconscious, was still resisting her touch. not even touching her face. That feeling was like a chastity-sacrificing woman, keeping her chastity for her husband. "Miss, what happened?" The people outside seemed to have heard the commotion and hurriedly broke through the door. Hanyu hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up from the ground. Her expression returned to its usual calm and tranquil state. "It's nothing. I just accidentally fell. It's none of your business. You may leave." "Yes, sir." The guards didn't dare to say anything else. They cupped their fists and retreated. Hanyu didn't stay any longer. She turned her head to look at the unconscious man on the bed. A complicated look flashed through her beautiful eyes. She didn't know if it was right or wrong for her to listen to her father. She also didn't know if falling in love with this man at first sight was also a huge mistake. If she was wrong, then she was willing to continue making mistakes. Thinking of this, Hanyu turned around and disappeared under the bright sunlight. In a forest not far from Mysterious Sound Mountain, Yun Luofeng used the sword in her hand to push aside the messy grass. It was also at this moment that a faint smell of blood entered her nose. "Master, I'll go take a look." Fire also sensed the smell of blood. With a leap, he quickly fled into the distance. After a while, she cried out in surprise, "Master, it's Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan is injured." "Qin Yuan?" Yun Luofeng was startled. His body quickly flashed, and he discovered the unconscious Qin Yuan in a cave. Qin Yuan didn't know how long he had been lying there, but the blood beneath his body had turned brown. His breathing was also very weak, so weak that it seemed like it could disappear at any moment. Seeing Qin Yuan like this, Yun Luofeng's heart thumped. Did something really happen to Yun Xiao? She was extremely vexed. Back then, she shouldn't have agreed to his request because she trusted his strength too much. "Fire, get out of the way." Yun Luofeng's expression became serious. He hurriedly let Fire retreat to the side, then took out a spirit herb from his spatial ring and fed it to Qin Yuan. Perhaps it was because Qin Yuan's injuries were too severe. A single spirit herb was unable to help him recover quickly. At this time, Yun Luofeng couldn't care less. He took out a handful of spirit herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Cough, cough. Qin Yuan choked on the juice of the spirit grass. He coughed twice and opened his eyes in a daze. What entered his vision was a beautiful and familiar face. At this moment, the young girl's eyes were filled with anger, causing him to jump in fright. "Ma! Mistress, why are you here?" Qin Yuan's injuries had yet to recover. Thus, his voice was weak, and there was even a trace of fear in it. "Where's Yun Xiao?" Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked coldly. Qin Yuan's face paled. He smiled bitterly and said, "Some time ago, Master discovered Bai Su's whereabouts and we followed him here. Moreover, Master successfully subdued Bai Su. Just as we were about to kill him, Master's Qi method suddenly made a breakthrough. Yun Zhao's cultivation method was a little special. Once he broke through, it would make him fall into a dangerous situation. Who would have thought that he would break through just as he was fighting Bai Su, causing him to lose all his fighting strength? When Master broke through, he was ambushed by Bai Su and suffered serious injuries. It wasn't easy for me to save Master and hide in Mysterious Sound Mountain. At that time, Master and I were both seriously injured. What was even more unexpected was that we met people from Mysterious Sound Mountain." Chapter 938. Those people took Master away and chased me away. I am no match for them now, so I wanted to go back and report the situation to you. But when I got here, I couldn't go any further. At this point, Qin Yuan carefully glanced at Yun Luofeng. Also, although I've been unconscious for the past 2 days, I've heard some passers-by talking about it. They said that the young mistress of the Mystic Sound Valley, Hanyu, is going to marry a man. That man was picked up by the Mysterious Sound Valley on the mountain a few days ago. If I'm not wrong, they are talking about Master. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. The murderous intent in his eyes made one shiver. Seeing the ugly expression on the young girl's face, Qin Yuan was afraid that she would misunderstand Yun Xiao and hurriedly said, "Mistress, this matter has nothing to do with Master. When I left, Master was already unconscious. He couldn't have woken up so quickly. They must be trying to force themselves on him and rape him. Yun Luofeng's originally cold expression became even more murderous after hearing Qin Yuan's words. Qin Yuan knew that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained, "No, I was wrong. Even if they want to force themselves on him, they can't do anything unless the miss of the mysterious Sound Valley wants to die." Back then, Master had placed this restriction on himself in order to guard against today's situation. What happened? Yun Luofeng asked in a low voice. Qin Yuan swallowed with difficulty. The restriction is that if a woman wants to do something bad to him, the spiritual power in his body will automatically retaliate when he is unconscious. He won't let any woman take advantage of it. Of course, there is a serious consequence. If it happens too many times, the spiritual power in his body will go berserk and he will self-destruct. He would rather die indiscriminately than give anyone a chance to take advantage of him. Because Yun Shao knew the special nature of his cultivation method, he had placed this restriction early on to prevent a situation like today's. "Mistress, Master is truly infatuated with you. He keeps his chastity like jade." Yun Luofeng's expression was cold. "Why has Yun Shao never told me about this?" "Master doesn't want you to worry. He just wants to do everything he can to protect you." Yun Luofeng's heart trembled. Indeed, all these years, Yun Shao had protected her without abandoning her. This man was clearly so high and mighty, but in front of her, he was as low as a speck of dust. "Qin Yuan, wait for me here. I'll be right back." "Mistress." Seeing that Yun Luofeng was about to leave, Qin Yuan grew anxious. "You can't go. You're not a match for those people. If something happens to you, how will Master survive?" Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused. Without turning his head, he said, "All these years, it has always been Yun Shao who has protected me. It has been him who has sacrificed for me, but I have never done anything for him. So, this time, let me protect him. Even if the heavens and earth are destroyed, I will take it back." He would not hesitate to stain the mountains with blood. Yun Luofeng strode forward, not stopping at all. Her steps were firm and decisive, displaying her peerless elegance. Xianin Valley. The place was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the atmosphere was joyous. Because this was a big day for the young mistress of the mystic Sound Valley, countless forces came to congratulate her. Everyone had a polite but fake smile on their faces. Boom! Just then, a loud noise came from outside the valley, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 939. Who dares to make trouble at my daughter's wedding? The valley master's face darkened as he asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards of the mystic Sound Valley flew in from outside. Their heads and bodies were scattered on the ground, and blood stained the ground red. At the same time, a beautiful lady in a blood-stained dress walked in, holding the hand of a little girl. Her eyes were filled with evil and murderous intent. "Who are you? How dare you come here to make trouble?" The young lady raised her eyebrows, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before landing on Han Yu, who was dressed in a bright red bridal gown. "Where is Yun Shao?" "Yun Shao?" Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. The valley master's expression became even uglier. "Miss, today is my daughter's wedding day. If you're here to drink a cup of wine, I'll welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Also, who is this Yun Shao you speak of?" "I don't know him." Yun Luofeng was expressionless. "Yun Shao, my fiancé. He was also picked up by your mystic Sound Valley a while ago." Hearing this, Han Yu's face paled. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yun Luofeng in shock. Was that young master's fiancé? The valley master's eyes darkened. "I don't know what you are talking about. Although that young master was unconscious and was picked up by me, he woke up last night and agreed to marry my daughter. As for his fiancée, he never mentioned it." "Is that so?" Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. "If he woke up, why didn't you let him come out?" Is there only a bride and no groom? The valley master's expression was awkward. The man was still unconscious. If he was brought out, others would think that the young mistress of the Mystic Sound Valley was unable to get married and was taking advantage of him. Therefore, he cleared his throat and continued, "Miss, although he has woken up, his body isn't in a good condition, so he can't attend the wedding ceremony. However, he has already told me that a woman will be causing trouble today. Moreover, that woman has been shamelessly pestering him, annoying him to no end. The woman he was talking about should be you, right?" To the guests, the valley master's reputation was not bad. Naturally, they believed him and pointed at Yun Luofeng. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Fire was furious. Just as he was about to spit fire, he was restrained by Yun Luofeng. She looked down and asked through her soul, "Little Mo, is there any way for me to become a venerable spiritualist in an instant?" Little Mo pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes. But the price was very heavy. This method can help you become a venerable spiritualist right away, and you won't have a weak foundation like other people who rely on external forces to break through, but you must be prepared to bear the consequences. No matter what the consequences are, I am willing to bear them." Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and said solemnly. She did not ask little Mo what the consequences were. Because no matter what the consequences were, she would bear it all by herself. "Then I will pass that power to you." Little Mo's voice sounded helpless. He knew that no matter how he persuaded her, she would not change her mind. Since that was the case, he would do his best to help her. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force penetrated her soul, allowing her to break through in an instant. The difference between a venerable spirit realm and a heavenly spirit realm was like heaven and earth. Only when one stepped into this realm would one know how insignificant a heavenly spirit realm was. Chapter 940. If a venerable martial artist's power was like an ocean, then a celestial martial artist's power was like a small puddle. How could the difference between them be compared? What was going on? All the guests were stunned. They stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment, their faces full of shock. How did she suddenly break through? Furthermore, she was a powerful venerable martial artist. She had become a venerable martial artist at such a young age. Even the young mistress of the Xianin Valley could not compare to her. "I'll ask you one last time, where is Yun Shao?" Yun Luofeng raised her head. Her murderous intent intensified. "Men, go and kill her." The valley master's face darkened as he ordered. In an instant, the people from the Xianin Valley drew their weapons and charged at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng gripped her sword tightly and charged into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. His hand rose and fell, and a head dripping with blood rolled down. Her eyes were bloodshot and her mind was filled with the words that Qin Yuan had said to her. If a woman had ill intentions towards Yun Shao, the spiritual power in her body would automatically retaliate. If she retaliated too many times, she would self-destruct. The word self-destruct once again messed up her nerves, causing her formless killing intent to spread through the entire sky, causing the entire courtyard to be filled with an oppressive aura. Those who hurt Yun Shao deserved to die. Blood dyed the ground red. Even the sky was dyed a beautiful red as if it was on fire. The guards from the Xianin Valley were lying in a pool of blood. Then, her bloodshot eyes turned to the valley master and his daughter. "You're crazy." The guests who were hiding at the side could not stand it anymore. An angry voice was heard from the crowd. "You killed so many innocent lives for a man. You've incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Aren't you afraid of going to hell?" The young girl suddenly laughed. Her maniacal laughter echoed through the sky. "Hell? What's there to be afraid of?" Yes, to her, what was there to be afraid of? She was a rebellious person who did not even care about the heavens. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone stared at the girl's arrogant eyes in astonishment, dumbfounded. Just how much courage did he have to dare to say such words? Unfortunately, as formidable as he was only a low-rank venerable spiritualist. The valley master of the Mystic Sound Valley had long reached the upper level. How could she not be a match for her? Impudent. The Valley Master's face was livid. He waved his sleeve and a ray of spiritual energy flew out of his sleeve towards Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's sharp eyes caught the Valley Head's movements. He leaned to the side and dodged. The spiritual energy hit the fake mountain behind him, and in an instant, a large hole appeared in the fake mountain, Gigi. At this moment, a milky white hamster climbed onto the Valley Master's head. It stood on top of his head and bit his scalp. Ah! A shrill cry was heard. The Valley Master felt his head being pierced by the hamster's sharp teeth. He hurriedly grabbed the hamster. Milk Tea dodged agilely and jumped onto the ground. She snorted at the Valley Master and said, "You want to catch me with just a piece of trash like you?" TSK, the Valley Master's expression changed drastically. The others also widened their eyes in shock. Did the gold-seeking rat speak? Could it be a venerable spiritualist's spiritual beast? Didn't they say that gold-seeking rats were weak? How could it have broken through to this level? Chapter 941. At the same time, a golden light flashed. The originally clean and tidy courtyard of the Mystic Sound Valley was suddenly filled with countless seeking gold rats. The aura of the seeking gold rats caused the Valley Master's expression to change once again. How? How is this possible? The Valley Master took a few steps back, his voice trembling. Most of these seeking gold rats are at the celestial spirit stage, and 2 of them have even broken through to the venerable spirit stage. Are these still seeking gold rats? Originally, in the entire rat clan, only Milk Tea and the Empress were the strongest. Later on, after the cultivation of the spirit medicine, all the seeking gold rats had advanced by leaps and bounds, and most of them had reached the celestial spirit stage. This was also the strongest unit in Yun Luofeng's hands. Fire, you and the rat clan look after these people. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave without permission. I'll go find Yun Shao. After saying this, Yun Luofeng's white robes became like a phantom, and he immediately disappeared. Perhaps it was out of a feeling, but she rushed to the room where Yun Shao was. When she pushed the door open and entered, a man's handsome face appeared in front of her. He seemed to be suffering a great deal of pain, and his sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted. Master, the side effects of Yun Zhao's breakthrough have not dissipated. If you want him to be safe and sound, you have to help him complete his breakthrough first. Otherwise, if this continues, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Little Mo's voice sounded from within his soul. Yun Luofeng understood what Little Mo meant, and was already mentally prepared. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a great risk to forcefully break through to the venerable spirit stage. Yun Shao, I'm here. She slowly walked towards Yun Shao, her fingers caressing the man's handsome face, a hint of a smile in her eyes. You really are an idiot. You clearly did so many things in secret, but you never told me, nor did you let me share your burden. From today onwards, I will work even harder, until the day I can walk shoulder to shoulder with you. She bent down and kissed the man's cold thin lips, her slender hands gently removing his clothes. The man seemed to feel her breath, his tightly knitted eyebrows gradually smoothed out, and the pain on his face gradually disappeared. At this moment, Yun Luofeng did not see a faint halo appearing on their bodies, and the 2 halos were gradually merging together. Yun Shao, you, just as Yun Luofeng was about to continue, she suddenly realized that the unconscious man had opened his eyes. She was about to ask Little Mo what was going on when she saw the man on top of her body lean over and press her down hard under his body. The man forcefully kissed her lips. His dark eyes were no longer as gentle as before. Instead, they seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, hazy. Only then did Yun Luofeng react. The man had not completely woken up, and the after-effects of his breakthrough had not disappeared. His actions were caused by the power of dual cultivation, allowing his body to move, and thus, he produced an instinctive reaction. Hiss! A sharp pain came from his lower body. Yun Luofeng fiercely bit Yun Zhao's shoulder. Yun Shao, get under me. The man did not stop, but his movements became lighter and slower. Even in this kind of situation, his heart was still filled with Yun Luofeng. Instinctively, he was afraid that if he moved too strongly, he would hurt her. It had to be said that the effects of dual cultivation for the first time were very strong. Yun Luofeng, who had just broken through to the venerable spirit stage, had broken through again under Yun Zhao's exertion. Chapter 942. After an unknown amount of time, the man on the bed finally stopped and fell asleep in satisfaction. His face no longer looked as pained as before and his lips curled into a shallow smile. Yun Luofeng rubbed her aching body and turned to look at the unconscious man. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. "I'll deal with you after you wake up." At this moment, Yun Luofeng wanted to move her right arm but found that it had lost all feeling. She stared blankly and asked, "Shao Mo, my arm, master, this is the side effect of your forceful breakthrough." Shao Mo laughed bitterly. If it had been in the past and Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao were dual cultivating, he would have been ecstatic. However, ever since Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao had started dual cultivating, he had remained silent. After all, the price of dual cultivation was too great. Yun Luofeng's eyes stared calmly at the sky outside the room. Her voice was light and breezy. "It's just an arm. Compared to Yun Shao, it's nothing. If it's crippled, then so be it. Without my right arm, I can still use my left arm to fight." Master, Shao Mo's heart was a little complicated. He had single-handedly brought these two together. If he had not asked Yun Luofeng to save Yun Shao, she would not have been able to save Yun Shao. But now, to save Yun Shao, she had become a cripple. So what if her right arm was still there? What was the difference between an arm without feeling and not existing? "Shao Mo, keep this a secret for me. Don't let Yun Shao know for now." Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and stared deeply at Yun Shao. Her left hand gently stroked the man's handsome face and she smiled. "I don't want him to blame himself." Her right arm had lost all feeling. Did she really not care? No. To her, her arm was important, but it was not as important as Yun Shao. So, she had never regretted it. The man on the bed seemed to feel something, and a pair of cold eyes slowly opened. At this moment, he was different from before. His eyes were no longer hazy and misty like before. Instead, they revealed a trace of coldness. However, when he saw Yun Luofeng lying next to him, he was stunned. "Feng, His low and hoarse voice was filled with disbelief as he stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng's face. "Are you awake?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. She flipped over and sat on Yun Zhao's body. Her smile was evil, and her left hand fiercely pinched the man's chest. "I didn't expect you to be so crazy in bed." Yun Shao frowned slightly as a blurry image flashed across her mind. As his mind became clearer, the blurry scene became clearer. "You remember now?" Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest, smiling as she gazed at the man under her. "Tell me, how should I punish you for this debt?" Finally remembering the intense scene that had just happened, the man's gaze finally changed. At this time, the man's expression changed, no longer as cold as before. His black eyes were filled with excitement. He raised his hands and hugged Yun Luofeng tightly. "You can punish me in any way you want. I'm willing to endure candles and whips." The man hugged Yun Luofeng tightly, as if he wanted to embrace her into his flesh and blood. She came, in order to find him. She had come here and even made him her real man. Yun Shao had never felt this kind of joy before. "Next time, I'll be on top and you'll be on the bottom." Yun Luofeng pushed Yun Zhao's chest away, narrowed her eyes and said threateningly. Chapter 943. "All right." Yun Zhao's voice was hoarse, filled with endless ambiguity. "Why don't we continue to try it out now? You go up, I go down." "Yun Shao." A ray of light flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes. Just as she was about to refute him, the man had already pressed down on her head and used his cold lips to seal the words she wanted to say. The room was charming and gentle, and the spring light was boundless. Profound Sound Valley. All the guests were cowering to the side. No one dared to stand out. They were all looking at the little girl in the fiery red dress with fear in their eyes. Just now, someone from the Profound Sound Valley wanted to take the opportunity to capture fire and use her to threaten Yun Luofeng and the others. Who would have thought that just as that person rushed in front of fire, before he could even make a move, she would burn him to ashes with a mouthful of flames? That's right. The little girl did not make any unnecessary movements. She spat out a mouthful of flames at the low-level venerable realm expert and killed him in an instant. Thus, not to mention these guests, even the most powerful valley master of the profound Sound Valley did not dare to have any thoughts. Who else? Fire stepped on the fake mountain, proudly raised his chin, and looked down at the crowd from above. Who else wants to capture me? Stand up. I will definitely leave him with an intact corpse. Everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled. They shrank back and tried their best to reduce their presence. Fire's eyes turned and landed on Han Yu's snow-white face. She was like a phoenix with her head held high and her chest puffed out as she walked towards Han Yu. TSK, I didn't expect you to lack men to such an extent that you want to take advantage of others. Han Yu's expression changed. I didn't do anything wrong. He and I were already in love with each other. It was you who wanted to forcefully break us apart. As the young miss of the profound Sound Valley, she had always been high and mighty. How could she allow others to humiliate her like this? Even if she died, she would never admit that she wanted to take advantage of that man's unconsciousness to rape him. As for whether Yun Luofeng could find that man, it was not in his consideration. Even if he found it, with that man's current state, he would not stand up and say anything. At that time, the public opinion of the world would only stand on her side. Congenial? I don't know, who is in love with you? Suddenly, a lazy and demonic voice came from behind. Immediately after her, another cold voice sank into his heart. It was bone-piercingly cold. Not me. Han Yu's expression did not change when she heard Yun Luofeng's voice. However, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She turned to look at the two people slowly walking towards them under the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on every corner of the mystic Sound Valley. Under the light of the afterglow, the girl's snow-white dress was dyed with a faint halo. The man with a cold face followed her step by step. His body was cold and piercingly cold, and his cold eyes were like knives, killing people invisibly. How could this be? Han Yu covered her mouth in shock. Her beautiful face was pale. Wasn't he unconscious? Why would he appear here? Yun Xiao, the girl in white, raised the corners of her lips. This woman almost became your wife. Aren't you going to say something? Wife? Yun Xiao frowned. He only knew that he had been taken away by the people of the profound Sound Valley. As for what had happened, he did not know. Naturally, he did not know that the profound Sound Valley wanted to take advantage of him. Chapter 944. You are my only wife. The man raised his cold face. If anyone else dares to pretend to be my wife, there will only be one outcome. Die. Killing intent surged from the man's body. Dressed in a black robe, he quickly appeared in front of Han Yu. A sharp thorn had appeared in his hand, and it suddenly pierced into Han Yu's heart. He only had one woman, and that person was Yun Luofeng. Anyone who made Yun Luofeng unhappy in his heart only had one outcome. Han Yu's body trembled. He looked down at his broken chest and looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. I saved you, why did you kill me? Even in death, Han Yu did not understand the reason. She had never hurt him. At most, she had wanted to become his wife while he was unconscious. Why did he want to kill her over such a small matter? Bang! Han Yu's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Ha ha ha. Seeing that his daughter had died, the Valley Master did not feel sad. Instead, he laughed maniacally. A bunch of fools. Back then, our profound Sound Valley was very powerful. Even the combined forces of the various countries were unable to defeat us. Now, we have fallen to such a state. Do you know why? The Valley Master sneered, because the ancestors of our profound Sound Valley have all left this place. Among them was my father, who was already above the Holy Spirit realm. And my father had placed a taboo on Yuer. If Yuer died, he would appear. But I never thought that you would actually kill Yuer. This was also the reason why the Valley Master did not stop Yun Shao. Sacrificing a daughter in exchange for the overall situation was worth it. What made him feel pity was that the person their ancestors had asked them to please had formed enmity with the profound Sound Valley. Since they could not please him, they could only kill him before he grew up. Who killed my granddaughter? Just as the Valley Master finished speaking, an old voice came from the void. At the same time, a powerful pressure came from above their heads. The guests who came to attend the wedding immediately knelt on the ground, unable to move. Master! Run! Fire cried out in panic. Her entire body was stiff under the pressure, and her eyes were filled with fear. This person is very strong, quickly run. Milk tea, fire, go back and wait for me. Yun Luofeng glanced at the beasts and could tell that they were unable to resist this pressure. With a wave of his hand, he recalled all the beasts. Seeing Yun Luofeng's actions, Yun Zhao's brows furrowed even tighter. In the past, Yun Luofeng was used to using her right hand, but now, she was using her left hand to retract the beasts. Why? Unfortunately, Yun Shao did not have the chance to think too much. The old man in the void took the initiative to attack Yun Luofeng. He hurriedly rushed towards Yun Luofeng, his large hands wrapped around her waist, and instantly moved a few steps to the side. Go to the side and wait for me. I'll handle him. Yun Shao looked deeply at Yun Luofeng and said. Then, he let go of the girl in his arms. A murderous glint flashed across his cold black eyes. Father. The Valley Master glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng and his son before turning to the old man. This man is the one in the prophecy of our profound Sound Valley's ancestors. As the previous Valley Master of the mystic Sound Valley, how could the old man not know what the prophecy was? His indifferent gaze swept towards Yun Shao as he muttered to himself in his heart, he's that person? In that case, this man cannot die for the time being. But he is in the way here, I will lock him up first. Chapter 945. At the thought of this, the old man pointed his finger in the air. In an instant, a black hole appeared around Yun Zhao's body. This black hole grew larger and larger until it swallowed his entire body. Yun Shao. Yun Luofeng hurriedly rushed forward in an attempt to grab Yun Shao. Unfortunately, before her hand could even touch the man, he had already disappeared from her sight. Where have you taken Yun Shao? Yun Luofeng clenched her fists tightly as she stared coldly at the old man. Her eyes were burning with a faint flame of anger. Haha. The Valley Lord did not wait for the old man to speak and spoke first. Your man has been swallowed by my father's power. He has completely disappeared from this world and you'll never see him again. Haha. He has already disappeared from this world and you'll never see him again. Yun Luofeng's pupils suddenly shrank. All the noise around her seemed to have left her as the Valley Lord's words echoed in her mind. Yun Shao has already disappeared? He has left her completely? No. A hoarse cry rang out across the entire sky. The young girl's eyes, which had initially been filled with evil intent, now turned red. Spiritual energy gushed out from her body as she stared fixedly at the old man's elderly features. I want all of you to be buried with Yun Shao. Even if she had to pay the price with her life. At that moment, no one noticed that the spiritual energy that Yun Luofeng had poured out did not dissipate in the air. Instead, it had been absorbed by something, Yun Shao. In the young girl's mind, aside from Yun Zhao's face, there was only one word, kill. She wants everyone to be buried with her man. Fresh blood dyed the entire courtyard red once again. The guests were also affected by the enraged Yun Luofeng. They did not even have the time to cry for help before they fell into a pool of blood. The old man stared coldly at the young girl who was waving her sword in battle. A mocking smile flashed across his eyes. Then, he quickly charged downwards and his palm landed heavily on Yun Luofeng's chest. At that moment, Yun Luofeng felt a searing pain in her internal organs as if they had been burnt alive. The pain was unbearable. Was this the power of someone above the Holy Spirit stage? She, who could not even defeat a Holy Spirit stage, how could she face someone above the Holy Spirit stage? But she was unwilling. He was not willing to die here. At the very least, he couldn't die before he had his revenge. Do you hate me? A voice that seemed to come from the heavens came from her soul. Hate. How could she not hate him? I can help you deal with these people, but in exchange, you have to raise me. Yun Luofeng was startled. Before she knew what was happening, countless tree vines suddenly rose from the ground. These tree vines seemed to be alive as they quickly wrapped around the old man. The old man's eyes widened in shock. It was obvious that he had no idea what was going on. While he was in a daze, the tree vines that grew out of the ground had already firmly fixed his body in place and were tearing at his limbs. Ah! The tearing pain made the old man scream. His face was pale from the pain and cold sweat rolled down his face. What are these things? The valley master was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the tree vines that had tied his father up. Who are you? The red light in Yun Luofeng's eyes dissipated and he asked in a low voice, Why are you helping me? Chapter 946. Not long ago, you took me away from the auction and accidentally dripped your blood on my root, giving me spirituality. Because of that drop of blood, I formed a contract with you, so you can't die. Auction? Yun Luofeng was stunned. You're that tree? At the auction, Xiaomo had told her that this tree was not simple, but she never thought that a tree could have its own consciousness. I can only contact you now. After a while, my consciousness will disappear, so please finish what I have to say first. The voice rang out again. Master, you must raise me. Furthermore, once you've broken through to become a Holy Spirit, you'll be able to head to a higher mainland. There will be countless dangers waiting for you there. Take me with you and I'll be able to help you. Raise it? What does that mean? Yun Luofeng wanted to ask clearly, but her soul relaxed. She could clearly feel the consciousness disappear. Yun Luofeng, what kind of monster did you summon? The valley master waved his sword to cut the vines, but the vines were as strong as diamonds. No matter how hard he tried, he could not cut them. The old man was almost suffocating. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. His limbs looked like they could be torn off at any time. Where's Yun Xiao? At first, Yun Luofeng had completely lost her mind and was confused. Now that she had regained her senses, she could feel that the valley master was lying. Yun Xiao must still be alive. Hee hee. Hearing this, the old man laughed mockingly and said in his dry voice, If you don't let me go, you'll never see him again in this lifetime. Is that so? Yun Luofeng raised her brows. Xiao Shu, tear him apart. As soon as she spoke, the vines that were tearing at the old man's limbs tightened. Seeing that his limbs were about to be torn apart, the old man hurriedly said, Stop, stop. I promise you, as long as you let me go, I'll let you see him again immediately. At this moment, the old man finally stopped resisting and gave in to Yun Luofeng. A wise man submits to the circumstances. As for revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After the old man lowered his head, he clearly felt the vines that were tearing at him relax. He unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief, rip. Just as he relaxed, the sound of space being torn apart rang out. The old man was startled. He raised his eyes, and when he saw the hand reaching out of the black hole, his eyes widened. Impossible. This is impossible. At this moment, the old man's face was deathly pale as he stared in horror at the grim man who had crawled out of the black hole. Yun Xiao did not even look at the old man as he quickly flashed in front of Yun Luofeng. His black eyes were filled with worry. This old man's space is too hard. I spent some time tearing it apart. Are you hurt? The old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Where did this freak come from? He had clearly locked him in the black hole, but he actually tore his father's black hole apart? Is this kid really just a holy spirit? Yun Xiao, are you all right? No one knew the fear in her heart when she saw Yun Xiao disappear. She didn't want to endure this kind of fear ever again. Yun Luofeng's left arm wrapped around the man tightly, burying his head in his embrace. His lips curled into a smile. Fortunately, he came back safely. Chapter 947. Suddenly, Yun Xiao grabbed Yun Luofeng's right hand and frowned. What happened to your right hand? Yun Luofeng was stunned. She was so overjoyed at Yun Zhao's recovery that she forgot to hide her crippled right hand. Moreover, with Yun Zhao's careful and cautious personality, she couldn't hide her situation from him for long. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng felt a little guilty. She turned to look at the dumbfounded Valley Master and said, "He was the one who hit me." The Valley Master was shocked at Yun Zhao's return, but who knew that he would suddenly hear the young girl's words? Suddenly, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. "You're talking nonsense." The Valley Master trembled with anger. He hadn't even touched a finger of hers. When did he cripple her? Unfortunately, Yun Xiao trusted Yun Luofeng to the extreme. A pair of cold eyes fell on the Valley Master, and a murderous intent spread throughout the profound Sound Valley. The Valley Master's fate was tragic. It could be described as unbearable. He didn't even have the chance to cry for help before he was cut into pieces by Yun Xiao. Not even a complete corpse was left. Yun Luofeng smiled at the Valley Master who was tortured to death, and the smile on his face became even wider. There was nothing she could do. Yun Xiao was too important to her. If Yun Xiao knew that his right hand was crippled to help her, he would definitely be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. In that case, it would be better to let the profound Sound Valley take the blame. Who asked these people to have designs on Yun Xiao? Because of Yun Zhao's safe return, Yun Luofeng breathed a sigh of relief. She sat cross-legged on the ground and allowed her consciousness to enter the divine grimoire space. Because she wanted to know what had happened to the tree. At this moment, on the land of the divine grimoire space, little Mo and Fire were staring dumbfoundedly in front of them. In their eyes, it was as if they had seen a monster. Yun Luofeng followed their gaze and immediately saw a chubby baby wearing a duda sitting on the ground. His face was blurry, and it was impossible to see his features clearly. However, his giggling was very joyful, as if he was very curious about this new world. As for the trees that were planted in the ground, there was no trace of them at all. Little Mo, Fire, what's going on? Yun Luofeng turned and asked. Fire shook his head. I don't know. Just now, with a bang, the tree that wanted to eat me exploded, and then, it turned into this little baby. Yun Luofeng then looked at little Mo. Little Mo's body quivered as he recovered from the shock and said excitedly, Master, we've struck gold this time. This thing is a legendary tree that can turn into a human. However, there is a certain chance that it will turn into a human. Once it turns into a human, it will become very powerful with proper training. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen to us. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. Then why can't I see its appearance? Master, this humanization tree doesn't have an appearance or a gender. Master, you have to set it up. Whatever you want it to be, it will become what you want it to be when it grows up. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin. What did he want the seed to look like? Suddenly, a cold face appeared in her mind. I wonder if this baby will grow into a miniature Yun Xiao. Just as the light flashed through Yun Luofeng's mind, the baby's facial features became clear. His smile was very bright as he waved his short arms at Yun Luofeng. His eyes and nose were exactly the same as Yun Zhao's. Chapter 948. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chubby baby's crisp laughter was very pleasant. He opened his white and tender arms towards Yun Luofeng, as if he was asking her to hug him. Master, this little kid has been bullying me since before he was born. Fire stared at the chubby baby and said, Now, I want to teach him a good lesson. Let's see if he still dares to bully me. The chubby baby acted as if he did not understand what Fire was saying. His white and tender face still had a bright smile as he giggled. Fire rubbed his fists and walked in front of the chubby baby. Just as he was about to lift the chubby baby's undergarment and beat him up, the chubby baby extended his small finger and lightly tapped the center of Fire's eyebrows. Fire was startled. Before she could understand what had happened, countless vines attacked from behind and instantly bound Fire's body. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Seeing Fire struggling on the vines, the chubby baby rolled around on the ground and danced with joy, showing the happiness in his heart. It was as if to her, teasing people was what he was interested in. Yun Luofeng slowly walked forward and picked up the chubby baby from the ground. From now on, you will be called Xiao Shu. Hearing this, Xiao Mo glanced at Yun Luofeng with disdain. He knew that his master's ability to name names was very weak. Whether it was the milk tea from before or the small tree now, they were all extremely unpleasant to hear. However, the small tree liked it very much. It grinned happily at Yun Luofeng and caressed the young girl's face with its white and tender hands. His smile became even more brilliant. Xiao Mo's face darkened. What kind of aesthetics did this sapling have? He actually liked such a childish name? Xiao Shu, release the fire. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and said. The small tree looked at Fire unwillingly. It pouted its lips and looked pitifully at Yun Luofeng. She was just joking with you. She didn't mean to hurt you. Let her go. Hearing this, the smile on the small tree's face disappeared. He unwillingly raised his small hand. It was also at this moment that the tree vines dispersed. Fire fell from the sky and landed on the fertile ground with a bang. Master. Fire crawled up from the ground, stared at the small tree, and turned to look at Yun Luofeng, his eyes filled with grievance. He bullied me. You can bully them back. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. I won't stop you. Fire's voice suddenly paused, his eyes filled with resentment. Although the little tree had just turned into a human, it was more dangerous than any spiritual beast. She would not go looking for trouble with it for no reason. Haha. The little tree laughed provocatively and made a face at Fire, angering Fire so much that he almost rushed up to settle the score with her. However, at this time, the small tree no longer cared about Fire. His small hands kept scratching his buttocks, and not long after, he squeezed out a fruit from his chrysanthemum flower. The fruit was sparkling and translucent, glowing like a green crystal. Furthermore, it had the scent of a chrysanthemum flower. He handed the fruit to Yun Luofeng, his expression as if he was asking for credit. Master, this is a humanization fruit. Little Mo was overjoyed when he saw the green fruit handed to him by the small tree. If you feed this fruit to milk tea, he will be able to transform into a human. Humanization fruit? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and turned to Milk Tea. When Milk Tea saw the young girl's gaze, his hair stood on end. With a crying face, he said, Master, can I not eat the things that the small tree took out from the chrysanthemum flower? Chapter 949. Impossible. Then, can we let the hamster queen eat it first? After all, she is also a god-level spirit cultivator and can also eat this humanization fruit. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Milk Tea originally wanted to push the hamster queen out, but Little Tree continued to scratch his butt and then took out another humanization fruit. He was in despair and looked at Yun Luofeng with an ashen face. You and the hamster queen take one each. Eat it. Yun Luofeng indicated for them to take the fruit themselves. The hamster queen was not pretentious. To her, as long as it could increase her strength, there was nothing she could not eat. If a spirit beast could transform into a human, it could possibly break through to a sage-level spirit cultivator. If it could not transform into a human, then it could only be a god-level spirit cultivator for the rest of its life. Milk Tea watched in shock as the hamster queen swallowed the fruit without frowning, and the corners of his mouth twitched. How could she eat something that was taken out of her butt? Just as he was about to find an excuse, he saw Yun Luofeng's eyes had fallen on him. Milk Tea shuddered and walked towards Yun Luofeng as if he was going to the execution ground. His trembling little paws reached for the fruit in Little Tree's hand and he closed his eyes, ready to die. Gulp. Milk Tea did not even chew and swallowed the fruit. When the fruit entered his stomach, he felt that his lower abdomen was ice cold. He hastily sat on the ground and began to cultivate. Master, it will take some time for them to transform. Xiao Mo looked at milk tea sympathetically. If it were him, he would not be able to eat it. What else do you have besides the humanization fruit? Yun Luofeng looked at little tree and asked with raised eyebrows. The sapling blinked its black eyes and continued to dig in the chrysanthemum a few times. Not long after, it dug out a light yellow fruit. It's the poison immunity fruit. After eating this fruit, you will definitely be immune to poison. Poison immunity? Yun Luofeng carefully took out a piece of cloth and put away the fruit. She could present this fruit to her grandfather when she returned. What else? Yun Luofeng continued to ask. This time, little tree dug for a long time before he took out another fruit. Compared to the other two, this fruit was bright red. It was as if blood was flowing within this crystal clear fruit. It's the 1,000 blood fruit. Xiao Mo's expression became more and more excited. This 1,000 blood fruit can allow a god-level spirit cultivator to break through one level. If a sky-level spirit cultivator takes it, they can immediately advance to a god-level spirit cultivator. However, those below sky level can't take it, or they'll explode and die. So good. A gleam flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes, but after smelling the smell of the fruit, she took out a piece of cloth again and wrapped the 1,000 blood fruit. Master, aren't you going to take it? Xiao Mo looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion and asked. Yun Luofeng nodded mildly. I can break through by myself. I don't need this 1,000 blood fruit. Seeing the girl's serious expression, Xiao Mo's forehead twitched. It was obvious that her mistress disliked the little tree and took it out from her chrysanthemum. In the end, she could still say such righteous words. If Milk Tea, who was in the midst of cultivation, saw this scene, he would be hopping mad. After putting away the 1,000 blood fruit, Yun Luofeng continued to ask, do you have any more? Little Tree shook his head and giggled, continuing to extend his arms towards Yun Luofeng, asking for a hug. Yun Luofeng picked up Little Tree and looked at Xiao Mo with raised eyebrows. Where did he get these fruits? Master, he is a tree, and as a tree, he will naturally bear fruit. However, I didn't expect that he could bear 3 different kinds of fruits. As for when he can continue to bear these fruits, to be honest, I don't know. Chapter 950. Little Mo curled his lips. You should ask him about these things. It's just that this little fat baby still doesn't know how to speak. Little Mo, Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment. Do you know how to raise a small tree? He's not an ordinary child. He can't be raised with human food. He can't absorb nutrients from human food. He can only be fed with medicinal herbs. But this baby is too picky. He might not be able to see the inferior medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that she had to think of a way to get more medicinal herbs. Just these alone were not enough. Little Mo, I'll leave him to you to raise. Little Mo was stunned. The master actually threw this little brat to him? But just as Little Mo was about to refuse, Yun Luofeng had already left. Hee. The fat baby laughed happily, reached out with both hands to pull Little Mo, slowly climbed onto Little Mo's body, and used his little hands that had touched the chrysanthemum to touch his face. Little Mo's face immediately darkened. He really wanted to pull the little boy off his body and throw him away. Fire, why don't you take care of him? Little Mo looked at Fire pitifully, his eyes pleading. Fire was so scared that he took a few steps back. This guy is just a little demon. I don't want to take care of him. This is the task Master gave you. You better take care of yourself. Swish. After Fire said that, he quickly ran away, afraid that Xiao Mo would forcefully shove the little demon into her hands. Thus, under the azure sky, only Little Mo and the fat baby were left staring at each other. Profound Sound Valley. In the courtyard, countless corpses were lying in pools of blood. The arrogant old man was no longer breathing. His 4 limbs had been torn off by the tree vines, and he looked extremely miserable as he was drenched in blood. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng, who had already opened his eyes and slowly walked towards her. His expressionless face raised an arc at this moment, and his black eyes were filled with boundless affection. The enemy has been dealt with. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the man standing in front of him, slowly stood up. How did you escape just now? Yun Shao was startled and said, I was afraid that something would happen to you. A person's potential was limitless. Because of this, Yun Shao was able to take out the old man's imprisonment space. Yun Luofeng's thin lips moved slightly. She was about to say something, but at this moment, Yun Shao suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Be careful. Just as he finished speaking, a loud laugh came from the void, causing the surrounding air to fluctuate. Kid, your perception is not bad, this old man is very appreciative. An old man in flaxen robes gradually appeared in the void. He stroked his white beard and looked down at the man and woman on the ground with a kind expression. In Yun Luofeng's eyes, a Shao, and a Yun, a Yun, and a to, a. In other words, he was also a Holy Spirit expert. To say, he, to. Luo mo to himself to, he, Shao Yun, he, to he to me to him to say, have Luo Yun, I to say, I, to say. Yun, to Luo to say, to, don't tell me that's written all over your face? The old man paused for a moment before laughing out loud. You're quite interesting, little girl. However, a person like you can only grow by going through trials and tribulations on your own. If a certain power were to take you in, it would only destroy you. I, the old man, have always been a vicious person. Chapter 951. But. He turned and looked at Yun Shao. I'm very interested in your cultivation method. I wonder if you're willing to leave with me? I can help you become stronger. Yun Shao looked coldly at the old man and said expressionlessly, I refuse. Kid, don't be in a hurry to refuse me. Your talent and strength are indeed not bad. You're also very powerful. You could actually use your own strength to forcefully tear open the mysterious Sound Valley Elder's imprisonment space. I admire this. But you've provoked a very powerful enemy. If you want to protect the little girl next to you, I can help you. But the condition is that you leave with me. Yun Zhao's voice was low and domineering, I can protect her. The old man narrowed his eyes, don't you want to become stronger? The word stronger has a strong allure to many people. So, the old man believed that once he said this, Yun Shao would not be able to refuse. But he was wrong. Yun Zhao's face was as cold as ever. He was not moved by any words. Sigh, the old man sighed softly and shook his head helplessly, a melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet. I won't force you to join my force. But when you've thought it through, you can find me anytime. Yun Zhao's heart contained his coldness and arrogance. It was impossible for him to make him bow down to him. So, he would not choose to join any force. He would only create his own empire. How about this, I'll show you a shortcut. The old man smiled, the most powerful people in the Wuhui mainland are Holy Spirit practitioners. If there are no strong enemies, you won't be able to improve. In 2 days, a passage will be opened. Once you enter that passage, you will go to an even more powerful world. The old man from the mysterious Sound Valley and I came from that place. Obviously, the old man admired Yun Shao very much. Naturally, he was willing to help him. The last time this passage opened was a few years ago. This time, it will open in 2 days. If you miss this chance, you'll have to wait for a few more years. Yun Shao was silent. He felt the girl next to him tighten her grip on his hand. He subconsciously held her cold palm. Feng, let's go. He turned to face Yun Luofeng, and his cold eyes instantly became gentle. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. Before she left, she subconsciously turned her head to look at the old man in the flaxen robe who was stroking his beard. The old man wasn't angered by their rude actions because he understood that Yun Shao would surely want to head to another world. At the foot of the mountain, in a cozy room, Yun Shao carefully placed Yun Luofeng on her lips and lowered her head to kiss the young girl's thin lips. His kiss was extremely gentle as he tossed and turned, calling out the girl's name. Feng, the man's voice was deep and magnetic, easily teasing people's hearts. Yun Luofeng turned his head to avoid the man's gentle kiss. Are you planning to leave? The man's body stiffened. His dark eyes stared at the girl under him and he fell silent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was filled with tension. After a long while, the man's voice rang out. You won't stay in the continent of no return forever. If you go to another world, you won't be able to protect yourself. I want to help you scout ahead. Chapter 952. Yun Luofeng raised his head and was greeted by a handsome yet callous face. The man's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at her. A light breeze blew in from outside the window and his jet black hair fluttered in the breeze. The man's features were deep and his thin lips were slightly pursed. His alluring abs were faintly discernible under his half-opened shirt. I promise you. The young girl's determined voice rang out in the silent room. Also, I'll go see you as soon as possible. This man, no matter what he did, was for her. He was afraid that he would be bullied when he stepped into a foreign world. That was why he wanted to explore the way for her first. With a man who fought so hard for her, what right did she have to not work hard? All right. The man lowered his brows and smiled. I'll wait for you there until you come. Yun Luofeng pursed her lips and smiled. She hooked her arms around Yun Zhao's neck and turned around to press him down. Yun Zhao, the next time we meet, let's have a child to play with. Originally, she wanted to find Yun Zhao and go back to get married, but it was too late now. If she missed the opportunity in 2 days, she would have to wait another 2 years to go back to that world. So, she could only postpone the marriage until a few years later. Sure, Yun Zhao's eyes were full of smiles. When the time comes, if you give birth to a son, I'll teach him how to protect his mother. If you give birth to a daughter, then I'll protect you and your mother. As soon as she finished speaking, the bed curtains were lowered and 2 intertwined figures could be faintly seen. The next day, Yun Zhao left the inn. Yun Luofeng packed up his luggage and was about to return to the Yi clan when he suddenly stopped. He frowned and said, Xiao Mo, did we leave something behind? Xiao Mo's enigmatic voice sounded from within his soul. Master, you've only cared about making love with Yun Zhao. How would you have remembered that you've left a pitiful loyal subordinate in a cave? Yun Luofeng was stunned for a moment before he remembered what he had forgotten. I forgot about Qin Yuan, poor Qin Yuan, he was still bitterly waiting in the cave. Who would have thought that Yun Luofeng would forget about him after seeing Yun Zhao? Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng turned around and quickly headed toward the forest at the foot of Mystic Sound Mountain. By the time she found Qin Yuan, he was already dying from hunger. Although he was a spiritualist, he had not reached the point where he could not eat. Mistress. Seeing Yun Luofeng appear, Qin Yuan's eyes brightened. He struggled to get up from the ground. How is master? He's fine now. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qin Yuan. He just needs to leave for a while. Qin Yuan, you'll follow me during this time. Yes, mistress. Qin Yuan didn't ask about Yun Zhao's exit route. After all, this wasn't something he could care about. Mistress, Qin Yuan rubbed his hungry stomach and asked embarrassedly, is there anything to eat? Yun Luofeng threw the food he bought along the way to Qin Yuan. After eating, we'll head back to the Yi family. Yes. Qin Yuan respectfully received the food and sized up Yun Luofeng curiously. He had a feeling that the mistress's power seemed to have increased a lot after her trip to Mystic Sound Valley. Yun Luofeng paid no attention to Qin Yuan. He sat down cross-legged in the cave and began to cultivate again. Chapter 953. Other than the first time she broke through to the middle stage of the Venerable Realm after dual cultivation with Yun Zhao, she had gained quite a lot from the subsequent times. In addition, Yun Zhao had been busy all night, so she was on the verge of breaking through. She only needed an opportunity to successfully advance to the high stage of the Venerable Realm. The high stage of the Venerable Realm was only 1 step away from the Holy Spirit Realm, but it could still be considered an expert on this continent. It was no longer as easy to bully as it was in the beginning. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng opened his eyes. His starry black eyes shone with an incomprehensible light. Above the Holy Spirit Realm? So what? One day, she would also step into this realm. Moreover, she also believed that this realm was not far from her. Yi clan. In a quiet courtyard, Yun Xingya was sipping tea. His posture was elegant and noble, but there was a hint of a smile between his cold brows. Sitting opposite him was a handsome man. This man's facial features were deep and distinct, and his sword-like eyebrows contained a murderous aura that came from fighting on the battlefield all year round. However, facing an old friend, he restrained his aura. Xingya, we haven't seen each other for many years. Unfortunately, your brother and sister-in-law are no longer here. Recalling the past, Jian Qingwen couldn't help but sigh. Time was like water, and the years flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. The brothers and beauties of the past had all been lost with the passage of time, disappearing in the long river of history. Yun Xingya's brows carried a hint of worry. He put down the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, "Big brother and sister-in-law were killed by a villain. If not for this, Feng'er wouldn't have been wronged for so many years. If Bai Ling and his wife were still alive, no one in the entire Long Yuan country would dare to touch a single hair on Yun Luofeng. Who didn't know that this sister-in-law of theirs was gentle on the surface, but she was actually unyielding on the inside? How could she allow anyone to hurt her daughter? Brother Jian, you didn't come here today just to reminisce with me, right?" Yun Xingya smiled faintly. Her indifferent voice was like a gentle breeze, as if it could heal the wounds in others' hearts. Jian Qingwen smiled bitterly. "I just feel depressed and have nowhere to vent my anger, so I came to find you. I guess you should have heard that the tournament will be held in a few days. Our Tianyun nation's younger generation is really useless. Because of this matter, the ministers have been quarreling with each other. I came here to seek peace and quiet. Brother Jian, I advise you not to look for my little Luofeng for this matter." Yun Xingya smiled. "Otherwise, with this girl's personality, if any country offends her, she will definitely turn this country upside down. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely blame his niece for her arrogance. However, Yun Xingya was not like that. Although he said this, his tone was full of pampering and indulgence, and there was not the slightest trace of criticism. The corner of Jian Qingwen's mouth twitched. Indeed, with Yun Luofeng's personality, how could he be willing to be wronged? If she was bullied by a prodigy from another country during the league tournament, she would probably beat him up on the spot. At that time, the sky would really be turned upside down. I think His Majesty wants little Luofeng to save the situation. I will definitely go back and persuade him. Otherwise, I predict that in the near future, there will be many countries that will jointly complain about the heavenly cloud nation." Jian Qingwen rubbed his chin, "Although, I really want to see little Luofeng beat up those lawless people." Chapter 954. At this moment, a treacherous voice suddenly sounded, "His Majesty has arrived." His Majesty? Jian Qingwen was stunned for a moment and immediately stood up from the pavilion, his eyes filled with doubt. Why did His Majesty come at this time? Just as Jian Qingwen was puzzled, the emperor dressed in casual clothes walked over. There were 2 other people with him. After seeing the 2 people, Jian Qingwen's expression instantly changed. "Your Majesty." He suppressed the doubt in his heart and respectfully bowed to the emperor and asked, "I wonder why Your Majesty has come to the Yi clan." "Today, I have come for Miss Yun. Has she not returned yet?" The emperor looked around with a doubtful expression. Jian Qingwen's expression became more and more unsightly. "Your Majesty, you have come this time to let little Luofeng participate in the league tournament? This. I am afraid it is somewhat inappropriate." "Why is it inappropriate?" The emperor's eyes were filled with doubt. This was a chance for Yun Luofeng to become famous on the continent. Why would Jian Qingwen, who had a good relationship with Yun Luofeng, oppose it? Furthermore, other than Yun Luofeng, there was no other youngster in Tianyun nation who could win this matter. Jian Qingwen hesitantly looked at the 2 people standing beside the emperor. He couldn't possibly say what Yun Luofeng would do in front of these 2 people, right? Little Luofeng is still young. "Your Majesty, please find someone else." "No matter." The emperor clearly didn't know Jian Qingwen's worries. He waved his hand and said, "I believe in her." Jian Qingwen almost cursed out loud. Letting Yun Luofeng participate in the competition, wasn't that helping her make an enemy? How could Jian Qingguan agree to this? What? Your nation has no youngsters who can participate. The man standing on the left of the emperor finally lost his composure and coldly said, if there is no one who can participate, then you should have said so earlier. Lest I waste time here. In addition, the other nations have already sent out their teams. Only you are left. Lord Tian Kuei, Jian Qingguan frowned, please give us a little more time. We plan to find geniuses among the citizens to participate. The two envoys that came this time were not from Lanxiang Nation. After all, with Lanxiang Nation's status, they did not have the qualifications to join the competition organizers. In the mainland, there were 3 top countries. Every league tournament was hosted by these 3 countries. Furthermore, the ambassadors from these 3 countries would also go forth to invite the other countries. These 2 envoys were from the Tianhui Empire. The Empire. Only the top 3 countries could be crowned with these 2 words. The other countries did not deserve to be crowned with the word emperor. From this, one could see the prestige of these 3 countries in the continent. Humph. Tian Kuei coldly snorted and said arrogantly, your heavenly cloud nation's princes and princesses, as well as ministers' daughters, can't participate in the league tournament. How can a genius from the common people have such strength? I specially came to invite the heavenly cloud nation this time, and this is your attitude? By the way, I'll tell you something else. After a discussion among the various countries, they've decided to ban the last 3 countries. In other words, the last 3 countries would disappear in the long river of history. As for the territories of these countries, they were divided up by other countries. The emperor's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly composed himself and said, Tian Kuei envoy, give me 3 more days. I will choose a genius within 3 days. Chapter 955. I have already given you a few more days, but you have delayed it again and again. Now, you no longer have a chance. Either you take the young people and follow me now, or I will immediately make your Tianyun nation the last. Tian Kuei raised his chin and said condescendingly. As the envoy of the most powerful country, he did not need to put the emperor of a small country in his eyes. Lord Tian Kuei. Jian Qingguan frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Tian Kuei's impatient voice. Isn't there a woman called Yun Luofeng in the Yi family? She is so powerful that even the envoy of Lanxiang Nation was beaten away by her. Why don't you call her out now? I want to see what is so strong about this woman. Jian Qingguan's frown became tighter and tighter. A princess of Lanxiang Nation was married to the emperor of the Tianhui Empire as a concubine. Moreover, the princess was very favored by the emperor. Now that the envoy was making things difficult for the Tianyun nation, it must be her intention. Yun Xingya's fingertips gently stroked the edge of the teacup, and her eyes swept over the 2 envoys indifferently. At this time, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a snow-white figure slowly walking in from outside the courtyard, which also made his eyebrows full of smiles. Feng you're back. The man's voice was as elegant as a song, absolutely beautiful. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and looked at the beautiful girl who was slowly walking over. When the 2 envoys saw Yun Luofeng again, they were stunned. In the harem of the Tianhui Empire, there was no lack of beautiful women, but compared to the girl in front of them, the difference was like the difference between white clouds and mud. Even the princess of Lanxiang Nation, who was favored by the emperor, could not be compared. Such a beautiful woman, how could she appear in a small place like the Tianyun nation? Second uncle, Uncle Jian, what happened? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly, and his lazy voice was filled with evil. I just came back, and I saw so many people gathered in the Yi family. I can't even have a good rest. Yun Xingya smiled slightly. Feng you don't have to worry about them. Go back and rest. By the way, where is Xiao Yun Xingya's cold eyes flashed with surprise when she did not see the man beside Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng paused, then said, he has something to do, so he can't come back for now. Miss Yun, the emperor saw Yun Luofeng appear, and his heart was filled with joy. You came back just in time. The tournament will be held soon, and all countries will nominate dozens of young people to participate. I wonder if you can represent Heavenly Cloud Nation? In front of Yun Luofeng, the emperor was very polite. After all, this girl saved the empress, so he asked for Yun Luofeng's opinion. If she wasn't willing, he wouldn't force her. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment. Fine, I agree. She needed an opportunity to break through. She wondered if this league match would be her opportunity, Little Maple. Jianqing frowned and pressed on Yun Luofeng's shoulder. There are too many experts from each country. Don't force yourself. He wasn't referring to the young geniuses, but the experts of the various countries. Because he understood that no one in the younger generation was Yun Luofeng's opponent. Only those experts from the various countries might attack her out of anger and humiliation. In comparison, Yun Xingye did not stop Yun Luofeng. He understood that as long as Yun Luofeng decided on something, no one could stop him. Hee hee. Tian Kuei sneered. After so long, your Heavenly Cloud Nation has only taken out one person. Where are the other geniuses? Chapter 956. The Emperor was troubled again. In the entire Heavenly Cloud Nation, only Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao could afford it. Now that Yun Shao was not in the Yi family, who else could help? My big brother can, Yun Luofeng said lightly. As for the others, I will choose them. The Emperor suddenly clapped his hands. How could he forget about Yi Shima? With Yi Shima's talent, he was more than qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. Miss Yun, the others you mentioned. The Emperor thought for a moment and felt that it was better to ask. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. I will choose 20 people from my subordinates to participate. The girl's words stunned the two messengers for a moment, then they immediately laughed out loud. Did they hear wrong? This girl wanted a group of subordinates to participate in the competition instead of the geniuses? How much talent could those subordinates have? How could she boast about taking them to participate in the league? Miss Yun, the Emperor frowned. The league has a requirement that only people under the age of 25 can participate. Do your young subordinates have the strength? The young people chosen by each country were the best among the geniuses. They were extremely powerful under the age of 25. There were countless geniuses who were celestial spirit practitioners. But she actually wanted her subordinates to participate with her? Yes. Yun Luofeng's words were concise, but it showed the confidence in her heart. Hearing this, the Emperor suddenly clenched his fist. Good, then I believe you. As for the selection of the geniuses to participate in the league, I will leave it to you. Yun Luofeng nodded lightly. I need to make some preparations today. I will leave tomorrow. Okay, then you should have a good rest tonight. The Emperor's face finally no longer looked as worried as before. He turned to the two messengers and asked, what do you think? Tian Kuei snorted coldly. Then I will give you one more night. We can leave tomorrow morning. After saying this, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The other messenger, who had not said a word, also followed and left. Before he left, he looked at Yun Luofeng. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Yun Luofeng felt that gaze made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Fenger. Yun Xingye slowly walked to Yun Luofeng's side and lovingly rubbed her head. No matter what you do, second uncle will support you. But you must remember, your grandfather and second uncle have always been here waiting for you to come back. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Second uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's good that you understand. Yun Xingye smiled. However, second uncle is not saying this to make you restrain your personality. There's nothing bad about your personality. Second uncle just wants you to understand that we will always be your family. We can be relied on and block all dangerous enemies for you. Yes, uncle. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her evil smile was very beautiful and moving at this moment, even more dazzling than the setting sun. Second uncle, I will do my best to survive for you. If she died, her loved ones would inevitably suffer misfortune. Only if she lived and became even more powerful would people be fearful of her. By the way, second uncle, go and find the old man. I have something to give you. Yun Xingya was startled. She nodded and said, all right. Jian Xingwen scratched his head and chuckled as he watched Yun Xingya turn around to look for the old man. Little Luofeng, since you still have matters to attend to, I'll be leaving first. Chapter 957. Wait. Yun Luofeng suddenly called out to him, Uncle Jian, if I'm not wrong, you should have reached the middle stage of the Venerable Realm by now? That's right. Jian Xingwen nodded, I just broke through to the middle stage a few days ago. After hearing this, Yun Luofeng took out an item from his interspatial ring and handed it to him. This fruit can help you advance to a high level, but I have a request. You can't let anyone know that this fruit was given to you by me. Jian Xingwen looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. You just said that this can help me reach a high level? Yun Luofeng nodded. At this moment, Jian Xingwen was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He reached out his hand to take the fruit from Yun Luofeng and swallowed hard. Xiao Luofeng, Uncle Jian owes you too much. Jian Xingwen had always believed in Yun Luofeng's words, so he naturally did not doubt the authenticity of his words. While I'm away, protect Grandpa for me. Yun Luofeng raised his head, this is my second request. Only when there were more and more experts around the old man would she be able to leave the Wuhui continent in peace. Don't worry, even if I, Jian Xingwen, die, I won't let anyone touch a single hair on the old man. Jian Xingwen put away the fruit and solemnly swore. Who would have thought that Jian Xingwen's words would come true today? Indeed, in the future, he would use his own body to block the sharp thorns that were stabbing towards the old man. At that time, he kept his promise, just like when he swore an oath in front of Yun Luofeng today. Thank you. Yun Luofeng smiled and solemnly thanked him, I'll leave my old man to you. Haha. Jian Xingwen laughed out loud, Xiao Luofeng, why are you being so polite with me? Even without this fruit, because the old man is my brother's father, I will protect him for my brother. You can rest assured about this. At this moment, Yun Xingya, who had gone to inform the old man and the others, had already walked over slowly. From afar, he heard Jian Xingwen's words, and a smile appeared on his cold face. This guy had always been loyal and trustworthy. He valued loyalty more than anything else. Otherwise, his brother would not have become close friends with him at first sight. Feng, your grandfather and the others are already waiting for you in the hall. Yun Xingya retracted her gaze and smiled faintly. Let's go. Yun Luofeng turned and walked towards the main hall. Her white robe was even whiter than snow. In the front yard, the old man waited anxiously at the door, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He was originally drinking tea with the Yi family's old man, but who knew that Yun Xingya would suddenly come to tell him that Yun Luofeng had returned? He hurriedly abandoned the group of old fellows and ran over. Originally, he had planned to head directly to the backyard with Yun Xingya, but because his speed wasn't as fast as Yun Xingya's, he had left him here. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingshan looked at each other and stayed by the old master's side with peace of mind. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and their gazes were fixed on the courtyard door in front of them. Suddenly, Yun Xingya's figure appeared before their eyes once again. Beside the man, who was as cold as a song, was a beautiful girl. The moment he saw the girl, the old man's face immediately lit up with joy, but his tone was reproachful. You little girl, you still know to come back? Are you addicted to disappearing? Every time you disappear without a word, you don't even know how to greet me? The old man was so angry that his beard trembled. After all, the number of times Yun Luofeng had left a letter behind was not a small number. Chapter 958. Fortunately, his heart had a strong endurance, so he didn't die from anger. Grandfather, this is my fault. Don't be angry. What if you get angry and ruin your health? Yun Luofeng smiled as he walked forward. Besides, I brought you a gift this time. The old man snorted proudly, no gift is more important than giving birth to a fat baby. Where's Yin Xiao? Why did you come back alone? Yin Xiao has something to do and can't come back for the time being. You will definitely like the gift I brought you this time. Yun Luofeng took out a yellow fruit from his spatial ring. This is the 100 poison immunity fruit. After you eat it, you will be immune to all poisons. 100 poison immunity fruit? The old man looked at Yun Luofeng suspiciously. Are you sure this fruit can really make you immune to poisons? Why do I feel that it has an indescribable smell? Tell me the truth, did you pick this fruit up from the toilet? This fruit was not picked up from the toilet, but taken out by Xiao Mo from the toilet. Of course, Yun Luofeng couldn't tell the old man this. This is the smell of the 100 poison immunity fruit. If you don't want it, then forget it. I'll give it to someone else. After saying that, Yun Luofeng pretended to take back the 100 poison immunity fruit. The old man was so anxious that he snatched it away. How can I give such a good thing to others? It must be used to show filial piety to me. Even if you picked it up from the toilet, I'm not afraid. Yun Luofeng retracted his hand with a smile and took out a few more vermilion fruits from his spatial ring. These fruits were undoubtedly emitting an indescribable smell that made people want to vomit. Father, mother, second uncle, you are all venerable spirit realm now. This 1000 blood fruit can help you advance by 1 level. Originally, the little tree only took out 1000 blood fruit, but later, under her coercion, a few more exploded. This guy had once turned into a human, but for some reason, he turned back into a tree. It was precisely because of this that Yun Luofeng guessed that he must have survived more than this. You said. This 1000 blood fruit can help us break through 1 level? Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In comparison, Yun Xingya was much calmer. He had seen his niece's abilities too many times over the years, so he was no longer as shocked as the others. Therefore, he silently took out 1000 blood fruit and swallowed it without even frowning. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy hovered above Yun Xingya's head, creating a strong storm. Breakthrough? Jun Fengling's eyes widened. Did this 1000 blood fruit really allow Yun Xingya to break through? Jun Fengling became even more excited when she recalled how Yun Luofeng had helped her break through. She quickly picked up 1000 blood fruit and ate it without hesitation. When Yi Jingchen saw this, he no longer hesitated. Even if the smell of the 1000 blood fruit was too unpleasant, it was not as enticing as breaking through. What's going on? The simultaneous appearance of the 3 leveling storms finally attracted Yi Tian. When he saw the 3 of them breaking through, he was shocked speechless. What was going on? Why did the 3 of them break through at the same time? Besides, it seemed like Jun Fengling had just become an intermediate venerable spiritualist not long ago. Logically speaking, she could not have broken through so quickly. After the breakthrough, Yi Jingchen glanced at the dumbfounded Yi Tian and rubbed his nose. Coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Coincidence my ass. Yi Tian almost fell to the ground as he glared at Yi Jingchen. Chapter 959. The 3 of them broke through at the same time. How could they call it a coincidence? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Why aren't you telling me what happened? How did you all break through? This. Yi Jingchen smiled awkwardly. It's really a coincidence. I don't know what's going on either. He didn't want to reveal what Yun Luofeng had yet. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a sensation. However, he was so excited that he forgot to break through separately with Jun Fengling. Forget it. If you don't tell me, I won't force you. Yi Tian knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He could only glare at Yi Jingchen resentfully. However, when his eyes swept over Yun Luofeng, he couldn't help but pause. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this matter had something to do with Yun Luofeng. Father, Yun Xingye sighed helplessly. Just now, Feng agreed to participate in the league on behalf of Tianyun. What? Jun Fengling heard this and held Yun Luofeng's hand in shock. You're going to participate in the league? Did someone force you to go? Don't worry. With me here, no one can force you. Do you think someone can force me? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and patted the back of Jun Fengling's hand comfortingly. Mother, Yun Xiao has gone to an even more powerful world. I can only go and find him if I increase my powers. Perhaps, this league tournament will be my opportunity. Jun Fengling sighed. If you want it, then I won't stop you. Remember to be careful. Okay. Yun Luofeng's expression was a little lazy. I'm tired. I'll go back and rest first. If Xiaobai comes back, let her see me in my room. Before she came back, Lin Ruobai had already gone shopping with Yi Qi. Therefore, she didn't see the two of them at the Yi house. Let's go. I'll take you to rest. Jun Fengling held Yun Luofeng's hand and walked towards the backyard. The more she looked at her daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. In her eyes, there was no one in the world who could be compared to her daughter-in-law. Yun Luofeng thought that Lin Ruobai would immediately rush over after hearing that she was back. Who knew that she wouldn't see him standing at the door the next day? Master. Lin Ruobai was so aggrieved that he almost cried. You said you wouldn't leave me behind. Even if you want to go out, bring me along. I promise I won't be a burden to you. Seeing the girl's pitiful expression, Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. Little White, why are you outside? Didn't I tell you to come see me last night? Auntie June said that you were asleep and didn't want me to disturb you. That's why I've been waiting for you so early in the morning. Mother? Yun Luofeng was startled and smiled helplessly. She was indeed too tired yesterday, and Jun Fengling had always doted on her, so she definitely wouldn't let anyone disturb her rest. Xiaobai, I'm going on a long journey again. Furthermore, I've decided to bring you along. Little Mo had mentioned before that Lin Ruobai's bloodline was special. If she were to use it, her strength would increase by leaps and bounds. That was why she decided to keep Lin Ruobai by her side. Lin Ruobai's eyes lit up. Master, I'll go pack my things. I'll go with you later. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly turned around and skipped towards her room. The excitement in her heart could be seen from her back. Chapter 960. Early morning. The morning light poured down and shone on every corner of the Yi family. At this moment, in the Yi residence's courtyard, Yun Luofeng looked at the people standing in front of her and said faintly, This time, I am going to the Tianhui Empire to participate in the National League. Because there are very few geniuses in the Tianyun Kingdom, I have decided to choose 20 of you to leave with me. She paused and said, Zhong Linger, Qing Yan, Yi Ling, you guys come with me. As for the others, Qing Yan and Yi Ling will choose. Yes, master. Hearing this, Qing Yan and Yi Ling stepped forward and gently checked the list of the members of the army. Finally, they picked out 17 people with strong strength. Miss, the people have been selected. Should we go now? Qing Yan looked at Yun Luofeng and asked. There is no hurry. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed with an evil light. This time, we are going to the Tianyun Kingdom. The journey is very long. We have to be fully prepared. The two messengers, Yi Jingchen raised his eyebrows and turned to Yun Luofeng. Let them wait. Before this, Yi Jingchen came to tell her that the two messengers were already waiting at the city gate. That was why she was so slow. Hearing this, Yi Jingchen's mouth twitched. What do you mean by fully prepared? It was obvious that she was deliberately delaying time so that the two messengers would wait a little longer. Thinking of this, Yi Jingchen shook his head helplessly. Offending this black-bellied little girl, the two messengers would probably suffer a lot. Time passed slowly. It was not until noon that Yun Luofeng slowly walked to the city gate with a group of people. The procession was grand and majestic, attracting countless onlookers from the sidelines. When they learned that Yun Luofeng brought a group of subordinates to participate in the National League, the people of the Tianyun Kingdom couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. It seemed that this time, the Tianyun Kingdom would be at the bottom again. Even the royal family members couldn't win. How could a group of subordinates win? Therefore, there was no suspense in this National League. At the city gate, the two messengers were sweating profusely. Their patience was almost worn out. If it weren't for the fact that it would be embarrassing to personally go to the Yi residence to pick up Yun Luofeng, Tian Kuei would have already killed him. Just as they were waiting angrily, Yun Luofeng and his people arrived. "Sorry, I'm late." The first thing she said when she arrived was an apology, but there was no apology in her voice. "My old man is quite clingy, and it's my first time going so far away, so he kept pulling me and not letting me go. That's why I was delayed." Tian Kuei's expression was very ugly. "Is your old man clingy? Is this your first time traveling? Who are you trying to fool?" He remembered that when he first came to Heavenly Cloud Nation, he heard that Yun Luofeng had gone on a long journey, and he also saw that Yun Luofeng ate and drank well every day. He also didn't see him worrying too much, so how could he be so clingy? However, since Yun Luofeng had already explained it like that, they could not say anything else. They could only sullenly say, "It's getting late. Let's go quickly." After saying this, he flung his sleeves and walked out of the city gate. Tian Kuei was afraid that if he spoke a few more words to Yun Luofeng, he would not be able to resist the urge to strangle her to death. This girl was different from Jian Qingguen. At least Jian Qingguen was frank and open, but she seemed to be a shameless person. Under the gaze of many people of the Tianyun Kingdom, Yun Luofeng had already set foot on the road to the Tianyun Kingdom. Her figure gradually disappeared from everyone's eyes until it disappeared.